Okay, so let's look at today something to do with the like the narcissism behind. You sometimes see this as like a format on YouTube, like narcissists and content creators or something like that, right? Like where whatever, it's all sort of fake, but you realize that it's all fake. So even the people you like or watch are fake too, right? Some people are just better at disguising it, or they maybe have more substance behind it, but still, fake is fake. Like it's all fake. That would be one way to look at, everything on YouTube, everything, even what I'm doing now. It's performative because I'm not, you wouldn't be doing this normally. It might be, the closest you can get to it is just like a stream of consciousness. Like, I'm just saying what I would be thinking anyway, which a lot of this is like that. But still, you wouldn't be saying it. You wouldn't be sort of, whatever. It's still fake, right? And so, and performative. That doesn't mean it's bad or doesn't have value, but you know what is real and genuine. Somebody just sitting there just driving, or somebody just sitting there just not saying anything, right? Like when you see somebody playing games like on stream and they're yelling and screaming, like nobody's really doing that normally. Maybe you get upset and you throw your keyboard or something, but generally speaking, nobody's like talking and giving. Who are you talking to, right? You might be talking to other people in the game, strategizing and stuff, but like on voice chat. But I don't know, like I don't get what the expectation is that people have the ability to look at it from a perspective that it's a case where it's all fake, it's all performative, so people are very long-winded when it comes to like Pokemon is somebody, she's a streamer on Twitch, right? A lot of people say she's fake, and I understand what they're talking about. Like, she seems like she's trying too hard or putting on a front, whatever. So, like, maybe she's more obvious with it, but everybody is fake. XQC is fake, Forsen is fake, Shroud is fake, all these streamers, they're all fake, right? That's the point, is like, they're not really behaving the way that they would behave in real life, because it's not real life, because they know people are listening, they know it's, you know what I mean? So, everybody's fake, it's just, maybe she's not as good at disguising it, or something like that. I would hope she's not being real, because why would she be doing that? I don't know, it's just different. Everybody is like that. So some people are better or worse at disguising it or something along those lines, but everyone's doing it because you're in front of a camera, you're in front of a microphone, so you're playing into certain things, right? And one thing I don't like about this too, like from my objective standard that I sometimes discuss, people would sometimes observe like, oh, look at him this day, he's talking about this subject, and then another day he's talking about some contrary subject. It's like, oh, you're sort of pandering or you're sort of flip-flopping. It doesn't mean that just because you discuss or analyze or observe something that you're defined by it or like you're dug in, right? So I can objectively observe two different things, two contrary things, and even play devil's advocate on an issue and even sort of debate myself or be critical, critically think. So it doesn't mean that you're defined by any of these things. Anybody can observe or consider or discuss various things, variable things, and they can even have different, views on different subjects. So like people just try to oversimplify just to avoid having to think too much, like, well, you're on this side of the aisle, right, of the issue with this, but you could be on a totally different side. What's a good example? Like, you might be pro-life, right, and be against abortion, but like just the nuance sort of dispels all the labels. I would be more in favor of saying, yes, abortions are bad and they shouldn't happen, but I also don't believe it should be illegal, but I also don't believe they should take place, and I also don't believe, in an ideal perfect world that nobody would do them. Like, there'd be no health concerns, there'd be no assault concerns, and those certainly aren't the majority of ones that take place. And so what you're realizing is there's a lot of nuance because you're not dug in on one side or the other, and there's a lot of this false duality that uses like one side to justify the other, which is always a bad argument. Like, if I criticize Democrats, they'll say, oh, you must like Trump or support Trump, but you don't. You could be an independent, you could just not be voting for anybody, but oh no, it must be false duality. If anybody criticizes you, they're on exactly the opposite side, and that somehow makes an argument because, oh, that discredits them, because since you're on the side you're on, you of course don't agree with the other side, so it's a self-fulfilling argument, right? If anybody criticizes you or your side or your position, they must be beholden to the exact opposite contrary side, as in, like, okay, they criticize Democrats, they must be a Republican. And because you're already on that side, right, the Democratic side, let's say, the argument makes itself. Anybody who disagrees with me is a Republican, and based on the fact that they're a Democrat, they would, of course, already disagree with them and have a lot of preconceived negative notions about them. So therefore, that's all you have to say. Like, oh, you're just a Russian bot, you're just a Trump, you're just this. Like, you're not even saying anything, because on two steps, you're kind of wrong. On one hand, that you're assuming that they are that side just because they're being critical of something in particular. So rather than addressing the particular criticism they're making, you're instead saying, well, you know, first of all, I'm assuming you're on some other side, and, you know, nobody could disagree in the middle, right? An independent couldn't disagree. A Democrat themselves couldn't disagree and be critical, like Tulsi Gabbard being critical. Oh, what a coincidence. She was called a Russian asset. Like this modern McCarthyism to do with Russia, modern McCarthyism of race. Anybody who criticizes anything, but especially border policy, oh, you must be racist. Like, so there are issues there, but the bigger point is that, yeah, a Democrat couldn't be critical of something, you know, some particular issue. It's this notion of, again, false duality goes back to, if you're on a side, you must believe everything to do with that side and never question anything, and it's just a hive mind and everything is correct. You can't just be critical and say, okay, you are a Democrat, you believe in some Democratic policies, but you disagree with others, you're critical of others. It's not like this tribalism where, oh, you know, you are just 100% everything on that side is you, and vice versa. There can't be any in between. So the layers would be, it can't just be somebody on your own side being critical of a particular thing. It can't be somebody who's in the middle, independent, objective, who is, even independent as a label is kind of a fallacy. Like, it's very broad. It could be anything. But it couldn't be them being critical. It couldn't be somebody objective with no horse in the race. It couldn't be that, again, the criticism is valid. It couldn't be that, again, it's a Republican, but the criticism is still valid, right? Look at the idea, not the individual. Look at the critique, not the person, the character, if you will. So there's something wrong with that whole picture. For example, let's say it is a Republican or a Trump supporter. Maybe what they're saying is still correct. Or let's say it's a Democrat. Maybe what they're saying is wrong, but it's like, you know, don't make it about that. So that's a fallacy in itself. But no, getting back to what I was saying originally, the narcissism of content creation, like, inherently, anytime you are doing something like writing a book or writing ideas or a blog, a journal, anything, right? Your ideas, your thoughts put to paper, put to words, whether you share them or not, that inherently is narcissistic. Even like social interaction is narcissistic, because you feel like your ideas, your subjective thoughts and feelings and everything, you feel like it matters and others should care about it or listen to it or that they have value. So really, who wants to hear about your every little thing that you do? And it takes an extreme form, like in social media, the fact that, you know, oh, who wants to hear you had breakfast here, you did this, you did that, like on Facebook, people post out using the bathroom now, doing this now. So that, number one, is narcissistic. Number two, even on a different layer, is like what I'm doing now. It's like, who would care about this? Who would care about me reacting to videos, or again, anybody doing anything on Twitch, YouTube? Who would care about you reacting to that kind of stuff? Who would care about you talking about various subjects? Who would care about any of it? And the reason why you would care about any of it is because of the simple fact that you must have a certain self-importance to do that. So everybody technically feeds into that, right? Like, why do a blog? Why keep a diary? There is a narcissistic, self-insistent quality about that, and it has to do also with the, you know, within my debate format perspective, it's a case where emotion is considered irrational insistence upon the self. So, for example, believing like the universe revolves around you, and when you don't get your way, you get upset. It's like emotion doesn't serve a practical purpose even for the self, right? You would rather, okay, if you want to accomplish something, just do it. Just be focused, calm, rational. But that's what emotion is. Like, you do something in zero-sum self-interest and it doesn't go your way, or you don't get what you want, so you cry about it, you complain about it, you get mad about it. So it doesn't serve a purpose, but it also doesn't serve it doesn't serve anything along the perspective of, like, what is it? What is emotion, if you actually look at it? You're irrationally insisting upon yourself, your own experience. Like, in other words, because you experience something, it's therefore more valuable than it would be if anybody else does. So, again, you're irrationally, without serving a purpose, without anything else, insisting upon yourself in a way that if you thought about it, it wouldn't have any special value. And so it's very non-basis of self, as I also call it. Like, the only criteria of value is yourself. If anybody else did it, it doesn't matter, you wouldn't care. But because you're doing it, you do care. And again, it believes like the whole world revolves around you, because like, you know, you're practicing a zero-sum process, right? Whether it be self-interest, whether it be something else you want, money, sex, stimuli, acme. So the process speaks for itself. So for example, your emotion about it is, again, irrational, because you're just sort of insisting upon, well, it's a big deal because it has to do with me and something I want, whether it went my way or it didn't. So none of it really has any inherent, again, either inherent function or inherent value. It's all just, again, the human ego. Like if two animals were humping in nature, that's all it is, right? Animals do it because it feels good, and it feels good from nature's perspective because, it's to inspire reproduction, however you want to explain it, right? Break it down to the scientific criteria. But when you do it, it's love, and it's meant to be, and it's this big deal, and it's the meaning of life, and it's a soulmate, and all this sort of narcissistic viewpoint, right? To sort of, on one hand, just that's how people are. They feel like the world revolves around them, and they feel very important and special. But also the second point is the fact that it kind of goes against that too. It's a way to restrict it. Like, well, it's a way to get people to be satisfied with being with only one person and not seeking out more and wanting more. So it takes control away from people. They're like, it's an absolute, so that's why you practice it in a half-mass controlled state, which is cognitive dissonance. But somehow people buy it, like, this idea that, it's an absolute, so therefore you can justify specifying it. Like, how come you can be with one person and one person only? There's this convenient absolute that's sort of non-accountable that you would do in such a way that you have, it would be convenient because you would have the ability to, what are the chances that they happen to be in your immediate environment, the person you're meant to be in soulmate out of 8 billion people? That's the nearness postulate. Again, non-basis of self, just convenience, the defining factor, etc. But beyond that, how convenient that everybody, all 8 billion people in the world, have somebody that's one person that they're meant to be with, and it's an absolute. But then it would also be super convoluted how to get there, because you go through several different partners, high divorce rates, etc. So it's an absolute, but it's not accountable, and it's practiced in a half-mass state. And, it's not practiced as though it is absolute, because if it was, it would go without saying, or it wouldn't be so difficult to achieve, or it wouldn't be so roundabout, arbitrary, inconsistent, so much conflict of contrivance with it. So, in other words, it's necessary to create the pretense of an absolute, as in, like, it's necessary to create the pretense of an absolute in order to control something. Like, it's absolute, that's why you have to do it in this exact way, and only this specified practice. But it's also necessary for it not to be actually absolute, or rather, it's not necessary, but it's also observable that it isn't absolute, because it requires constant contrivance, upholding practice. Like, a good example is when people use the word love, like, it's love, and that would be posed as an absolute, like you being with your partner. but that is defined very vaguely, and so it's posed as an absolute, like that's why you're with them, and it bypasses any sort of cognitive dissonance or desire you might have to try to be with somebody else, or be, on two levels, be with somebody else even if it's just only them. Like, what makes that one person the absolute person you're with? Right, and you can't explain it rationally by any sort of set criteria, like, oh, they're the most attractive, even by your subjective standard. Right, you might find a celebrity, a model, somebody else attractive out of 8 billion people in the world. You can't really say with authority they're the most attractive or their personality, but subjectively, you could go through all 8 billion people in the world and say, well, somebody has a better personality by my same subjective criteria. Whatever criteria you use, right, it's not going to be an absolute, so the defining factor is still the nearness aspect. And beyond that, even in a broad sense, forget about whether it be some other specific person, it could be just the broad basis of why are you able to be with only one person anyway. So regardless of who it is, right, why would you justify being with only one person? And the way that you do that is you say, well, somehow it's an absolute by doing that. Not that, oh, it's functional, it's useful for society, it's good for the family system. If you want to make those arguments, do it. But it goes against still your inherent nature that you would rather, it's very hard for people to acknowledge that. Even when they do it in the context of some larger belief system that also still bypasses their critical mind. So it's like, oh, we're doing it because it's God's will, and like we're sinners and we're trying to, again, the false inherent of a sin. Not that, oh, that's just it's our inherent nature and we're trying to counteract that because it might be useful or functional for society. No, it's like some absolute, and we're trying to defy that in the absolute name, like whether it be God or etc. But so again, you pose this absolute to try to specify it. Otherwise, again, there's too many options. There's too many other criteria. Again, not on the basis of self. It's based on nearness postulate. They happen to live around you. But again, you would believe it's absolute at the same time, even though you observe the very criteria that are subjective, narrow, arbitrary, definitely not absolute. Right, the fact that they happen to live near to you, they happen to be around the same age as you, something like that, on average. The fact that they happen to speak the same language as you, the fact that they happen to be born at the same time in history as you, if you want to go that level, the fact that they also happen to behave in such a way that aligns with certain other subjective interests, etc. So like all the power you have is taken out of it, and it's just like, well, it just sort of fell in place, which would at least tell you it's not an absolute process. It's arbitrary, it's interchangeable. It could have been, various other people by the same criteria. It could have been anybody. So in other words, based on where you happen to live in the world, oh, you happen to find your 1 in 8 billion soulmate there. So what it does isn't to say you shouldn't practice the process. It's to say that you shouldn't treat it as an absolute, because you're observing every step of the way that every criteria is not absolute. All right, so whatever criteria you're using, there could be somebody who has the same measure to a greater degree, right? Again, whether it be looks, even by your subjective standard, you'd have to define it. And then, so what it does is it prevents you from really thinking about it, right? So you can just go along with whatever. But if you thought about it, you'd realize, oh, that's arbitrary, because it's very necessary, because people are naturally inquisitive to this way that if you think about it naturally, right, it's not like, oh, you're a thinker, or you're an overthinker. If you just thought about it naturally to its natural conclusion, you would take many issues with it, right, that you would find a lot of flaws, or you wouldn't do it in the first place. So it requires this active upholding. Like, you have to keep convincing almost yourself, like, I love you, you have to say it almost for yourself, right, as if to convince yourself. So you keep it up in this artificial, almost ritualistic way, such that you are able to, this ritualistic way, such that you are able to basically, you have the ring, you have the ceremony, you have all these things, like this unnatural, non-absolute state that you try to keep up the appearance of, even though it's all arbitrary and artificial. Again, observing that objective reality that is artificial does not mean it's not something you should do, or the process behind it, the alternative people might try to counter with, well, then what are you supposed to do? What do you want us to do? Like, just don't have sex or don't be in relationships. It's not a question of that. It's a question of the arbitrary and ritualistic nature of these tendencies is interchangeable. For example, let's say you didn't have rings. Would that all of a sudden mean now you're not in love? Of course not. So you could remove the ring and everything would still be fine. You could still be in that relationship. So that becomes, again, why is that a compulsory thing? Why does it matter? It's arbitrary, right? Why does it have to be a ring? Why can't it be a necklace? Why can't it be a bracelet? Why can't it be the shoes you wear represent that? Why does it have to be a ring? Why does it have to be worn on the ring finger? Why is it called the ring finger? Why can't there be a ring on every finger? So when you observe and analyze it that deeply, you realize it's arbitrary and interchangeable. So the ring doesn't matter, the ceremony doesn't matter, none of these things actually matter. The only thing that's actually objective and real is the inherent tendency or process, the fact that, okay, you happen to have this stimuli acme basis, which can itself be debated, half-mass hedonism, but you see how, and again, it's arbitrary even more based on the time in history that we're talking about. People had different rituals, the fact that other parts of the world will have different ways of doing the same thing. So it's just to remove the sort of pseudo-absolute, the false absolute that we have present in the process here. And so therefore you have that criteria alone is very defining. So we'll go ahead, we'll look at something here, maybe more of the Jodi Arias trial. So like I always like to do this checkpoint system. Like the beginning of the session I'll do, and I finally got around to editing everything. Now I have to get around to uploading it, which is a whole nother headache, but I kind of just do it like all at once overnight. So it's like literally fucking 30 hours or so of recordings that I had to go through. And all I do is I just combine them together and edit them a little bit if there's like empty space at the beginning or the end. But that's all I do. Like I just put my channel art over the whole thing. Right, and then compile like as many parts as I can. It's got to be less than 12 hours. So I did like 4 different parts so that they wouldn't be over 12 hours long. One of them's like 7 hours, one of them's like 9 hours. So like it was a lot because I fell behind on doing it. So at least now I'll be caught up. Right, so this is the first part of a new segment. And so we went through a whole bunch of shit, like Hell's Kitchen. We went through more YouTube stuff. I think the presidential debate was even in there. That shows you how far back it goes. Because that was like almost a month ago, right? The 10th. And it's almost the end of the month now. Right? So it's at least like 3 weeks. Basically 3 weeks of content there. I like how this evolved into me doing these eating portions of it too. I wouldn't have expected that to be something. I always hate doing that, actually. It feels dumb. Like, who wants to, first of all, like we were just talking about, who wants to listen to you say random stuff? But the whole beauty of it is there'll be some good things in here, especially some of the stuff I've rehashed from the past, right? That's a certain value to that. Like, if you think deeply about certain things, right? Like, what do people call it? Like, shower thoughts or whatever. Like, where you're just kind of, whatever, thinking over time or coming up with ideas over time, right, just randomly, then some of them start to stick and you commit to them. It's like a principle I always say. If you record everything you ever think or say, 70% of it's going to be garbage and useless and mundane, right, of really no value. 20% of it can be sort of reshaped and refined down into something good, right, turned into something of value, and then 10% is going to be sort of valuable on its own. So if you just keeping at it, right, that's sort of what this streaming culture sort of is about, right? A lot of it is kind of garbage, right, especially if somebody's just doing it all day, every day. But there'll be some value in there, and it sort of creates certain maybe habits or better ability to identify it. And so even as strange as it seems, right, there'll be certain things in here that might be like, oh, that's worthy of a great work of literature, but I'm too lazy to maybe formalize it into that or collect enough of them, right? Like a lot of good quotes and individual things that I have, but it's just different. So what's unfortunate is that's what matters more sometimes. not the actual substance or the idea that you're saying, but your ability to turn it into something or formulate it or sort of cloak it in pretense and namesake and sort of the fictional guise starts to appeal to a lowest common denominator, even though the basis of it is, the reason why it's valuable is because of these ideas behind it, but the ideas behind it would not be valued on their own, and in fact are only valued in the context and overextension of all this fictional work. So that's the sad part. Right, it's an issue that you might have with fiction, like, why should you bother valuing fiction or creating it when you should just try to, whatever value you're trying to express through that, just express it directly and just be like a, whatever, life guru or just a philosopher, because it's the same thing that you would use to justify, like, well, it has all this value behind it, but then you don't actually, it kind of gets lost on something, on all the fictional minutia. And one of the biggest issues with that is, like, the supernatural, right? When people get into debating, who's stronger, this character, like, none of that really matters for, that's just pure escapism. Who cares? Like, the whole basis of it is, okay, is there something real life, real world that we can learn from it or take from it? But, this character's power works in this exact way, and, all this kind of stuff. That's good for, like, suspension of disbelief, game theory type stuff, but at a certain point it doesn't matter. That's like, even like a great series like Death Note, it gets caught up too much sometimes in the minutia of how that actually works, right? Whereas that's not really what the strength of it is. That's the only weak point really of it, which still doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt it that much, but alright, so let's look. I just kind of randomly was watching part of this as well, so I keep skipping around it. Jodi Arias trial, day 30. Prosecutor versus Arias, part 2 of 2. No sidebar. 51:30 in 3, 2, 1. And that delayed like crazy, so maybe we'll redo it. Let's go back a little bit. So they're talking about like the shelves and stuff. And this is probably where she says it's smaller than the cell I'm living in, or maybe they bring that up later. So from 51:00 in 3, 2, 1. See where those little holes, you see that right there? You could like create an audiobook, I guess, by doing this too, but maybe not while eating. But the quality in the background would be kind of shitty. Look at this shoe collection. How you just said it. You let it slip. Sometimes you do that just for the jury's sake. Now they'll have that in their mind. This is kind of a weak argument. He's saying the shelf would collapse. You don't know that for sure. That's very speculative. You could step on it for a second with one foot. I find this one enjoyable, just like the Daryl Brooks one, but not in the same way. That one can be funny. This one is interesting for a different reason. And there's no guarantee that it would have fallen down. It's not your whole body weight. So something should have been disturbed. And then she just left. You could talk around that, though. No, he kept them backwards, and I moved, how do you know in order for him is very weird. Like, he is OCD, and he likes to put it in a very weird pattern. So even though it looks normal now, that's not how he kept it. Like, how would you know that? That's sustained, yeah. Whether they're metal or not, you don't know. They could be wooden here. That's one of Nurmi's endearing character traits, or one of his things. He always says, we've asked this about 3 times now, when he does the asked and answered, and he usually gets it. Sometimes people are too hard on the defense in these cases, but the principle is they should be able to defend them as vigorously as they want, but it should still be the same outcome. And it's on the assumption that, you assume they're guilty, but what if they're not somehow, right? Casey Anthony or something. So they deserve the best possible defense, and if they are guilty, then they should still be found so, but, you shouldn't act like, the defense just shouldn't be there, or they shouldn't try. Right, because the guilty are always going to lie. Like Edgeworth says in Phoenix Wright, the guilty are always going to lie, so it's like, why would it matter, right? You wouldn't know that 100% for sure. They could be innocent, they could be guilty, they'll always say that. So it's not up to you, just do the best job you can, and this is kind of bad for him, though, because it sort of validates the whole scenario. He might be trying to discredit it, but he's acting like, okay, you were afraid for your life. That actually helps her. Yeah, she said at one point it's in the holster, but you don't know in that moment. Yeah, if you thought it was unloaded, then why would you even bother? And he would know. That's the thing. He would know it's unloaded because it's his gun. So it would be no threat to him. That's one of his catchphrases. I'm not asking you that. I didn't ask you if you were driving in the sun or something. A lot of this is just re-asking her own question. Her own answers. When you say quibble, that makes it argumentative. But when? When did he say that? I guess she could have loaded it herself. Highly argumentative. It's like because otherwise, why would he be threatened by it? The fairness objection here is just like, when did he say that? He said that months ago. It had nothing to do with this, right? Like, it's not like he said it just then. Or like, why would you go back to the bathroom? But this actually goes against what I was saying before. You had no problem finding it, but you were also in a hurry, and you could have tipped over the shelf. But that kind of contradicts what you were in a hurry and a panic. Why not just run out of the house, though? Why even worry about all this bathroom, closet? That is sort of an asked and answered, though. He's said this a million times. but that's a joke by far from subtle, since I was just talking about that from Phoenix Wright. It's time, when the judge says court's in recess, he takes off his robe and he starts playing like a little kid, like, it's recess. What about the time you saw him load it, or you saw him, or maybe you just knew she took it? We were on a break, like in Friends. Oh, it looked like the judge gave her a dirty look there. Or why not just get out of there? So you get closer to him. Damn, so many juror questions. She has too much physical evidence attached to her. Too many photos, whether she's injured or not. Too much with the gas cans. Using the credit card. The photo of her leg, that physical evidence is just too much. This is good analysis video. Let me actually, I won't even tell you what it is, but let me rehash something from it actually. Hang on. It is let me see. Or whatever. It's just the point that whether or not how good a crime is that is committed, either in a fictional context or something like that. And so what happens is, is it well planned? And so I had all these layers to it. Let me see if I can find it. You have, sometimes this is so annoying with the orientation of it. When you go to search, it doesn't quite work. Yeah, that's a good format, Phoenix Wright with a real lawyer, a real lawyer plays Phoenix Wright. But the thing is, it even says in the game, to kind of defend it, people say, oh, this is stupid, it's a bad representation of law. It says in the game, this is a hypothetical fictional universe, the law has changed, and now there's 3-day trials. Like, it has to end in 3 days, and most verdicts are guilty, and so it's a future system. It's not meant to be like a direct portrayal of real life, right? It's not trying to be realistic, so that's not even like shill fanboy defending it. It's like, it isn't meant to be a direct depiction. It's a fictional universe. A lot of things are different. A lot of what Phoenix does is illegal, like, messing with the crime scene, even though it seems fair because it's you against the world, because, and this is a problem in real life too, like, the defense doesn't get as much opportunity and latitude as what the prosecution does. And so, I don't know exactly. Alright, let me try to find this thing here. This auto-rotate thing is so bad. It's like the different layers of planning to go into something. I don't know, it's like sort of hard to explain, just the fact that you have just the fact that you basically have different quality of crimes, different amount of planning that goes into them. To some extent, you have the ability to have like these 3 layers of like, how well was it planned? How well do you try to get away with it? And just, it's more like a fictional thing, obviously. It's like your stature, your let me try to find this shot. Right, your stature as a person, like, are you a big shot, are you wealthy, something like that. You have some high government position, right, etc. Then number 2 is, how well is the crime itself committed? Was it planned out? Was it spur of the moment? And then the third criteria is just, are you able to, how well do you like try to talk your way out of it, or handle yourself once you become under threat, or how well do you avoid becoming suspected? Let me just use this as sort of a baseline. Reasonable doubt. And of course, that's what's different in the Phoenix Wright series, is the onus is more on the defense than the prosecution. It's like you're guilty until you're proven innocent. So factors of a good prosecution case: witness testimony, physical evidence, circumstantial evidence. So physical evidence is what we're talking about here with Jodi Arias, like the fingerprints or something like that. Yeah, like your fingerprints on the murder weapon is good physical evidence. never, you never, the fact that you find the weapon, first of all, and the fact that they have fingerprints on it, second of all. So witness testimony, physical evidence, hard evidence, circumstantial evidence. Yeah, that's something that's always fascinating to see in real life. Like, the culprit is actually the witness, and they get on the stand, and then they get exposed, like kind of how that always happens in Phoenix, right? This is pretty good, actually. Yeah, in the first case, they don't mention that Larry's fingerprints are on the thinker, but obviously they must be because he made it, and he made both of them. So Larry's motive was the fact that that girl, Sydney Stone, was like finding sugar daddies in Europe, so he's jealous. So the second case is like very confusing because you switch defendants, but you still don't win. Like, you would technically have beaten Edgeworth then, because if it's not Maya. So you technically beat Edgeworth twice. Because if you can just change the defendant like that from one day of court to the next, then you can never lose because you'll always just change it. There's no physical evidence. It's like, I guess Maya's fingerprints would be on there, but the thinker. It relies a lot on just the witness testimony of April, which is torn to a shred. Or yeah, Maya wouldn't have even ever touched the thinker, I don't think, because she was going to give it to her that night, but she wouldn't have even had touched it then, right? When would she have had the chance? Mia was coming to deliver it to her with some papers inside. Maya didn't even know what it was. Yeah, now they just jump ahead and accuse Phoenix. It contradicts April May, right, in an extreme way. Yeah, one witness says it was a girl, and then the next day, oh, now it was a guy. You could use your own, like, oh, now Maya did do it, so it's double jeopardy, and use that to prove yourself innocent. Like, how would that work? Yeah. You're accused, and then your defense is, oh, this person who was declared innocent actually did do it. Yeah, there you can use the witness witnesses against each other who were even in the same room right next to each other. So how did they say such vastly different things? Just use the note back and say she did it. Yeah, there wasn't much of a good motive in the second case because it's just random. Why would you just randomly kill your sister? Or your boss? Yeah, they were on good terms because of the wiretap conversation between Mia and Maya. Steel Samurai. I don't know. This is kind of a fun thing, but... So there's a lot of bad witness testimony in case 3. Yeah, case 3 was like a weird twist kind of thing, where the victim is actually intending to be the killer. And D. Vasquez is actually innocent, too. It was self-defense, so... Penny doesn't even testify. I don't think that little mousy assistant. The fact that he plays the Steel Samurai means that he must be dressed up as the Steel Samurai. That's sort of circumstantial. That's the one advantage, actually, in this universe, because the trial happens the next day. Even though you'll keep discovering stuff about the crime scene, you could, like, drug test somebody or whatever, and it would be more, recent, instead of waiting a year and then all the facts are so far removed. So I can kind of appreciate it that way. The fourth case is a very strong one. Because you have fingerprints on the weapon, actually. I wonder, what if that happened in real life? Let's copycat this crime just to see how the courts would deal with it, but then they would point to this case to show that, like, oh, he copied a game or something. Lada was obviously a shitty testimony. And then the fifth case is obviously extreme guilt, where she even admits it. So that's very hard to kind of talk around. So Angel has a grudge against Lana. She does actually stab him because she takes out the knife and puts another knife back in. Who was the other witness? I guess there's only one witness, right? Angel must have done it. Jake wasn't even there, I guess. It doesn't make sense, though, because, like, he's the security guard that she's coming to see, but then Angel tries to run around the parking lot. So where was Jake at that time? So she was there. She had her shoe, bloody shoe, and maybe the knife. There was no good motive for why she killed Goodman. You could go back to SL9 and say it's something to do with that, but which it technically could have been. You know, as much as Gant didn't want that to come out, Lana didn't want that to come out anyway. Right, because she thought Emma had killed Neil Marshall, so she would have wanted to cover that up too, the same way that Gant does. So yeah, both of these 4 and 5 culprits do things that are so obviously stupid. Like, you have the fact that Ezra touches the gun, right, and puts his fingerprints on it when he has no real need or reason to do that. And then Lana is able to Lana was able to take the knife out and stab in another knife, so technically she did stab him. So, like, why would you do either of those things? Lana had basically just given up on life, though, because she was sort of being blackmailed by Gant, and so she didn't care, or she kind of knew. Right. And you might think, oh, Gant stabbed him with that knife to stick it to her, that, oh, look, I'm reminding you of why you have to obey me or whatever. Take the fall, but actually not. He just did it incidentally because it was there. He even admits that when he finally confesses, when he's caught. Like, it was just the closest thing, and I panicked. I panicked and killed Goodman and Goodman would have never even expected it or anything either. Right, like he was totally oblivious. So the problem with the two key cases of that game, right, the two final cases is, oh, Manfred Ron Karma's a genius and he's an undefeated prosecutor of 40 years. But the case itself, he didn't plan well. No, you know what? I'll actually backtrack on what I was just going to say. He didn't plan the elevator crime. It just sort of fell in place. So it's not premeditated. So the two final cases are not premeditated. And so that makes them seem a lot less impressive. What is supposed to be, oh, these criminal masterminds, look how smart they are. Right, but he didn't plan the elevator. He just happened to be outside. He happened to get shot. He happened to come in. Everybody happened to be passed out. The gun happened to be on the floor, and he happened to shoot him. Right, so that sort of fell in his lap. The other one, though, he does plan really well. So if I actually want to assess it, the best committed crime in the first Phoenix Wright game is Turnabout Goodbyes, but it's the Edgeworth one where he's being framed, right? In other words, I mean, I guess he's accused somehow of both, but is where he's being framed because, you know, you have the two guys in the boat. Even though he's dumb for touching the gun, the scenario is still good. You convince somebody to come out on a boat, which itself is weird. Like, you just meet the guy and you haven't really talked much, but you're already saying, okay, let's go out, sit on a boat. But because you do that, now you're isolated and you have the camera. It's sort of too convenient. Like, what if that camera wasn't there? Right, the circumstance is still the same, and Edgeworth would even admit it, like, I was there, I was on the boat, he fell out of the boat, right, what would you expect could have happened if not that? Although even for somebody watching, you would see one of the, light flash from one of their hands, and then that same person whose hand flashed, they jumped in, not the other way around. But that is still a genius plan. Like, that is the best plan still, where, like, you're able to basically, you're two people on a boat, right, isolated to yourselves, and by doing that, you're able to, fire a shot, miss on purpose to create a witness, then fire again, and then by the time they look, I guess, although they could see you shoot and then jump off yourself, but they'll probably miss that. You wouldn't expect it. The camera, I don't know whether that was taken into account, but you jump off, so now it's like there were two people, there were shots fired, and now there's only one, and somebody does end up dead in the lake. Like, that is a very well thought out crime. So that is the best thought out one. Unlike, again, the elevator fell in his lap, but even the other thing fell in Gant's lap too, both of them. Gant found Joe Dark and Neil Marshall knocked out on the ground, and then he impales Neil Marshall and arrests Joe Dark. And so the problem with that is they needed to establish it a little better too. It's like, why did he even kill Neil Marshall? Like, what was his motive? He must have been a thorn in his side, or he must have been something. There's not a single line of dialogue in that whole case where he shows any sort of animosity. He should have just mentioned briefly, oh yeah, that kid was trying too hard or something, to imply that he was getting in his way, or he might have eventually found something out. He's a straight shooter, a straight arrow. So they don't give enough motive there that you'd be just willing to kill one of your own prosecutors. But the point is that you're able to decide that, again, that was totally, he comes upon the room and they're knocked out, and he impales one and arranges a scene as if nobody else could come in that time either, when everybody's panicking. It's too, he doesn't deserve any credit really for it. And then the other one, same thing, Goodman, he even says it's a spur of the moment impulse crime. So the two final boss moments of this game, where the two final crimes are both spur of the moment, not premeditated, impulse ones, right? So that's not very impressive. All I'm saying is you got to have in a fictional context, you got to have a better plan. You got to have it all planned out. Like, you got to be like Andrew Wyke in fucking Sleuth, where he's able to create this whole scenario, right, where, oh, he broke in and he's trying to rob me and he's going to steal my jewels, and then I shoot him in self-defense, which he doesn't even do, but, like, that would have been the setup. And quite frankly, it probably would have worked the first time. If he had done it the first time, right, he probably would have gotten away with it. But because that would be fascinating to see as, like, an alternate reality thing, where he goes to court and the wife is accusing him, testifying against him that, oh, he likes to play games, and he actually gets away with it. I'd totally make would that really be a remake? You could just kind of take a similar premise, but this time he actually goes to jail, or he goes to court. And so the whole point is that you have the ability to say, you have the whole setup where he tricks Milo into basically robbing his jewels, and like, oh, I'll get the insurance money and I'll give you half or something if you do it. And so why couldn't he just say, like, sell them himself, though? I guess it's sort of doing Milo a favor that we both get the money instead of just me getting the money. Like, oh, I know a fencer who's going to buy it for whatever. But it's like, you could just sell it legitimately, right? And just keep the money. But in this case, he keeps the money, but also Milo gets the money. And so everybody's happy. So I guess that's the whole premise. But yeah, he could just sell them normally. But no, that's the good thing. Like, you have the ability to, he would have shot him and then that's fine. But by going through all the shenanigans, now by the end of the movie, he ends up shooting him, but now he's already told the police. And even if not, like, it's made too much of a spectacle, he would have told the wife, like, now you've made a spectacle out of it, so now you will get caught. So that'd be awesome to see, though. You can so easily come up with a movie. Like, you would never know that's what it's about. Like, this is a story of somebody who murdered somebody who likes, who's like an author, and this is a cliche anyway, who writes murder novels or something, and they go to court and they are laughing their way out of it, where they planned out the thing so elaborately. So it's basically the same story, but it's like, instead of it failing, or instead of not killing them and then going around and round playing games with them, basically, you actually did kill him, and then you just try to get away with it. And in that case, he wouldn't even have hid the body. He could have just called the police and just said, right, why would you even leave it to chance like that? Just call the cops and say, okay, I was defending myself because he, once you bury the body, it seems like you're covering something up. Why would you need to do that if it really was self-defense, which it would certainly seem like? The only problem is maybe Milo not having weapons on his person, right? That's the one element that's lacking. So yeah, those are like my three favorite movies ever, arguably, is The Truman Show, which is, again, an existential masterpiece dealing with like the everyman in Truman who represents the ordinary person in society and how his life is like on rails. And it's not just about satire on reality TV. It's also like a recognition of life itself and the restrictions of society, how like everything is on rails, and you go to school and you get a job and you get married and you have kids. Like everything feels like sort of predetermined and set in stone. So in that sense, it's not that, it's about reality TV. It's about real life, and like Sea Haven is society and you're Truman. You're just this ordinary everyday person whose whole life is sort of on rails. And beyond that, you have the simple ability to realize that the second one is Amadeus, which I think, again, they both deal with an existential conflict where it's not really about, Mozart and making music. It's about this sort of divine duel that Salieri is having in his own mind with his God, that, like, how have I been, it's an affront to my love of music and my passion. I spent my whole life doing it, that this vulgar creature in Mozart, the way they portray him, is so terrible, and how can he be so good at music and better than me? And so the way it challenges his faith is a great analogy for like anybody who's passionate about something. It's not about, you're a writer, so it's about the book, or it's about, music or movies or whatever. You're so passionate about it that you define your whole life by it. So basically, God to Salieri is music. He speaks to me in musical form. Whereas to Shakespeare, it might have been, he speaks to me in poem and in literature, right? And to somebody else, it might speak to them in a painting or whatever. So like, that's his version of God. That's his language of the divine. So he's having that existential duel with him the whole movie, not really with Mozart, but with God himself. So for them to take it to that place, you know what's interesting about those two, and I didn't know it at the time at all, two of my three favorite movies of all time are based on plays. The Truman Show is just not based on anything. It's just an original screenplay, which is unbelievable to think about how it could be that good, but and so original. But Sleuth and Amadeus are not only both based on plays, but they're based on plays by brothers like Anthony Schaefer, Peter Schaefer, and I had no idea, obviously, at the time. But I mean, you see it in the titles, but I wasn't really, cognizant of that, and I didn't watch them like right next to each other anyway. So it's like the original Nolan brothers, Christopher and Jonathan Nolan, with Memento and stuff. But the reality is that, that just shows you how good the screenplays are, that they're based on that, and you definitely have the ability to say that, again, Amadeus deals with the existential conflict that Salieri is having. So, again, it's not really about Mozart, where, he's just good at music, I'm jealous. It's something much, much deeper for Salieri, all his plotting, all his scheming. You might think, he's being over-dramatic, but the way they handle that is actually exceptional. It's just like, again, those two movies, the conflict is very unique, right? It's not about, like, life or death, like, they're trying to kill Truman. It's something more than that, like he's having a midlife crisis. It's not even the fact that, he's on a reality show, right, about his life. He didn't even necessarily know that still, right? Until he didn't understand fully what was going on until, like, the very end, right, when he says, you're on TV, dummy, talking to the whole world. So now you have the ability to, look at it like what makes him do all this and end up discovering basically what happens and try to escape is not about the reality show. It's about a midlife crisis that you would have in society anyway. I want to go, I want to explore. And so that inadvertently reveals the reality show, right? But if it wasn't for that, he might not have ever cared or done anything. He just wants to explore just for the sake of it. Again, like people would normally do in society. I don't want to be at my 9-to-5 job. I don't want to be here forever, right, in the same place, in the same community on rails, sort of, same nearness postulate. So, and again, Amadeus is not about simple, even jealousy, right? It's about this other kind of deeper perspective. It's sort of almost hard to explain, but he views it as an affront to him and his faith, and he's sort of becomes I'm going to spite God, basically, by, thinking that, he's plotting against me by having Mozart be so good and showing me up and all these kind of things. And then you have the ability to the third thing is sleuth, and of course that is based on a play as well. And the conflict here is maybe a little more basic because it's like there's some class war going on between the two, and it's certainly very creative, but with all the gamesmanship back and forth. But the reality is that this is more direct, where it does come down to life and death, and it does come down to the ability to sort of trying to humiliate the other one more so than anything else, right? The ability that you're just trying to scare him and shock him and humiliate him, and so therefore it's not like that's not quite as existential as the other two, right? But it shows you like the deeper conflicts are very much appreciated. And now I kind of want to watch a movie, but I don't know what, like really, yeah, you should do that. Like, type in your 3 favorite movies and recommend me a movie based on that. Or I could do one individually, but that should be like sort of a test that we do, where it's like, I kind of want to do that right now, actually, but then I'd have to pull over again. Yeah, like input 3 movies and recommend me one based on that, and like watch whatever. So this is Jodi Arias trial, day 25, 2 of 3, fire cross-examination, no sidebar, starting in 3, 2, 1. That sounds right. Sounds about right. You rolled. So I kind of want to test that in a minute here somewhere, if I can, like, enter 3 movies and recommend me one based on that, and see if it's on Netflix so we can say goodbye to Netflix properly. And we'll do this next month of the YouTube sessions, I guess. I've been wanting to do this for a while, but now at least I'll do it in a more organized way, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of a dumb question that he asked, like, why would you turn your back to the threat? But reasonably you might, because you're trying to get away from the threat. So what are you supposed to do, like moonwalk your way to freedom? Everybody in self-defense moonwalks so you never lose sight of who's after you. But my question more so, why would you stay in the house? All this would be very hard to disprove, too. This individual who's in shape. Weird flex, but okay. If you were in such good shape, how did you get killed by this scrawny little girl? But obviously, He could be jacking off. He's already half naked, right in the shower, coming out of the shower. Her memories seem more vivid now. Jodi Arias coming out of the closet. This goes on for a long time, though, how he's grilling Jodi. I'm not asking if you're in your right mind. Well, you're always thinking, Mr. Prosecutor. People are thinking all the time, all day, every day. When you're doing this thinking. Shouldn't there be some damage on the door then? Jodi Arias, unintentional ASMR. There's one person who's really good at that, actually, is AOC. She'll sometimes be really good at whispering in like those congressional hearings and stuff. You just said you thought. The trick to using this mic is like you got to keep it pretty far away from you. It's like all the way on my chest. I like her solemn attitude here, though, where she's not smirking and stuff. Or you can just hide inside of some clothes. But he could have cut you off like a linebacker pose that he was doing. But then how do you end up in the bathroom? You got a lot faster. It's more so that he caught up. See, this all seems to validate, though, what she's saying. You should have said jumping down. Not much time, though. What time do you think we have, as Saruman would say to Gandalf? And then why would he come after you when you have the gun? Maybe because he thinks it's unloaded. There's a big honor code with testimony. We just assume it's true. That's why perjury is such a big deal, and the oath. Like, you could just say whatever you want, and it has to be taken as truth, unless it's disproven, obviously. But oh, here we go. Here's the line. Now he gets mad, but it was a good line. This is highly argumentative. No need to take that attitude. Is it an attitude issue with you, and that's not argumentative? He sort of takes it upon himself to admonish the witness the way that the judge normally would. I don't know how long 11.5 feet is. We tried to do that with the shells, what their weight capacity is, which I'll give him credit for researching that, but that's a good way to plant seeds of doubt in the jury's mind. Like, oh, do we want to give her the death penalty or not? Because she's upset about her cell size. Right? It's a very clever, sharp thing to do. Let me try to do this here. Like, recommend me a movie based on movies. Let's see if I can do it. You shouldn't do it while driving, but it's not like I'll be able to watch it here anyway, because... Alright, so pick your 3 favorite movies and see what it recommends. I don't know if I can really put in 3 like that, though. Or you could do each one individually, but somehow I want to mix all 3 together. So give me a musical, even though this isn't a musical, but a movie that's heavy about music, that is also dramatic and existential, that is also has class wars and stuff like that, and you might end up with like The Pianist or some shit. Or you can do that with anything like games and stuff. Recommend me a game based on this game or my favorite games. And so therefore you get to try to do that. There's nowhere good to pull over most of the time. It's kind of hard. Let's see. Recommend movie. You really shouldn't fuck around with this, but then again, it's kind of on a stand and stuff, so you're not really distracted. It's like using your GPS. Is that against the law? Like, oh, they'll see you on your phone, but you're really just tapping your next destination because you drive Uber or some shit, and so therefore you would have to decide something else you could do there. So I just really wanted to take into account all three of those with respect to, let me see if I can find a place to stop here soon, but I'm not sure. I love how these towns say USA, like it's the name of a town and then it says USA after it. Like, no shit, it's the USA. Like, you don't need to say that. We know we're in the US. Like, we're not near the border. Why do you have to say that? Like, it could be, the name of the town and then the state, like New York, if you've forgotten somehow that you're in New York. Well, why would, oh yeah, we're in, whatever, Syracuse, USA. Like, we know we're in the USA, dude. I would love to see this little movie thing that we're trying to do. But no, this Jodi Arias thing is interesting. It'd be the second time I've reacted to this in some form. And so I'm happy to at least have my other editing done, even if it took like all day to do it. It was like 4 different ones that are all like 7+ hours each. That all took like a half hour to export, probably close to that to edit. The editing isn't actually that hard because I'm not doing anything. I just put like an image over it, but I put like, I just cut out little parts of silence at the beginning and the end of each session, because otherwise I tend to talk through the whole thing. So even like right now, it's like I don't need the radio. I am the radio when I'm driving. Like, I'm doing my own radio show, which again, there are some good things in here. I could almost try to set up to do it with other people if I was a big creator. Right, like then you can debate them and stuff. It's just one of those things, like people wouldn't get it until you really, it seems dumb, but then once you succeed at it, oh, now it becomes validated. It's even like playing games, like, oh, look at this loser just playing games all day. But then if you make money from doing it, then you decide to basically, oh, now it's validated. So in other words, it's not the act of what you're doing, it's the fact of whether you make money from it or not. And the reason why you can make money from it is arbitrary, like not because you're even good, but just because, oh, you're popular or something else stupid. So yeah, I found out Mr. Beast's formula for success, which a lot of people did, like, oh, Minecraft videos. Mr. Beast started off with Minecraft videos, and because they got so many millions of views, right, even at the time they got whatever they got, that's why he decided to keep posting videos. So he went from Minecraft to some Pokemon online battler to Call of Duty, apparently, and then eventually he started doing other things. So he must have made a certain amount of money from his videos. There's no question about it. But the sad part with that is just exposure. Like, there might be a reason why his Minecraft videos got so many views, but some of it is not really entirely to your credit. It's just like this marginal basis, like, oh, look at this cool mod. So people are just interested in the game more so than even you. But but you're able to do it in such a way that you're able to do it in such a way that I forgot even what I was saying. Okay, so let me try to find a spot to... I don't want to do this while driving. I should have just kept watching that. But no, it's like you just use that as background noise. It doesn't mean you're always really directly reacting to what you're seeing. Or watching, whatever. There could be a spot to... I mean, you can kind of pull over anywhere, but it's kind of weird when you just do it like this. Right? It's got to be... It's got to be a little more straight away path. It's raining, I'm distracted, and I'm going to fucking try to type this shit out. And even if I do, it's not like I'll be able to watch anything, so why even bother doing it? Like, you know, I won't be able to watch I won't be able to watch anything because I'd have to find it on Netflix. Probably it's not going to be on there. I just didn't really give Netflix a good enough chance because it's like this quality control issue where there's just like way too much stuff on there. And the reason why is because yeah, when you get a school bus in a mile zone like this, it's kind of fucked up. It's like a 60-mile zone. Imagine if a school bus has to stop. How the fuck are you going to account for that? Right on a main road like that. Or when you see them on the highway, like when they're going to a sports game or something. Like, what's worse? What would you rather drive? A truck or a, whatever, 48-wheeler or some shit? Or a actual bus? And you'd probably say a truck, because at least with the bus you don't have to worry about the kids and deal with their shit and deal with anything else. Alright, let me just look at this in a minute here. I'm trying to find the fucking time, but it'd be nice if this had better... I mean, I guess I could almost do that with my voice too, but then it would be picking up all this shit too. Recommend movie... It's so hard to do. You would think like the auto fill-in stuff would be better. Just so fucking annoying, dude. It's not like I could do the whole thing here either when I have to go into enter it and stuff. It's giving me the definition for recommended. Always has to fucking rain so often when I'm doing these, but I guess I do them pretty much every day, so then I don't just complain anytime it is raining. Okay, coming up here, I'll try to find a time to do it. I just want to see what it recommends and whether or not maybe it's on Netflix, maybe I'll check it out. I'm not a big fan of TV shows for that reason, because of the simple fact that they're so long and it's so hard to finish them. So yeah, this is only the second part of my next upload, whatever it's going to be. But I should sort of space them out more, because we have like 4 different... Nobody's even watching this shit, and I only have 1 subscriber. But, you know, I don't really care. There's a lot of good stuff in here, and that's really what I was trying to do it for in a way at some point. Like, I just want to archive some of the things I've said in the past, whether it be review takes related stuff or whether it be debate format things. Okay, there should be a spot coming up here, but maybe I don't know. Or you could always just slow down, substantiate. Let's just go here, I guess. Problem is, it's such a fast zone that you can get fucked up here, but it's okay. You get, okay, let me just try this for a second because this is fucking stupid. Okay, Okay, recommend movie based on other movies. There we go. This is all we need. I just want to see what we get, dude. Fucking God's sake, why is this so hard? Start now, ask 6 questions. Okay, I don't want it like that. That's just more like a general reference thing. This should be more like taste drive. I don't know, man. What am I? Typing something you love. It could be anything. Find your recommendation. Okay, but how do I... Why can't you use, like, multiple things? Fuck. I just want to be able to input, like, 2 or 3 things. And find similar movies. Movie map. Okay. I guess you could just do them one by one, but there's something... You know, originally when I heard the name of the movie and I didn't know anything about it, it was like, you know, I thought, oh, it's something to do with Harry Truman or some shit. Similar movies recommendation service. Why is this so hard? Movies like, so put multiple. It'll only let you do one at a time. Recommend movie based on multiple other movies. Movie lens. Sign up now. Okay, so if I put only those 3 in, will it show me something based on that? This is gonna take fucking all day. Holy shit. Okay, you know what? Forget it, dude. I'll have to do it some other time, but... For fuck's sake, man. How hard is that? Like, just... You know, you want to input multiple things. Right, they'll let you only put in one, but you see that's not broad enough. Then it'll be too similar and too narrow of a search. Movie recommendations based on multiple... Recommend movie based on other movies. This is so hard to find. Based on, I guess, favorite movies could be one way to look at it. Let me see. Oh my god. Calculate your taste, enter your full name. Oh my god. It's gonna take all day, man. Why does any of this shit matter? Or it's going to do it through some other stupid way. Why don't we just put haven't seen for everything besides those three? You'd have to go through every movie in existence and say, haven't seen anything. And some of these will be very unlikely to appear, too, based on that. Okay, forget it. It seems unbelievable that it's so hard to find that. Not the general idea of it, but the fact of it being specifically relevant, like with multiple. Because then it makes it more nuanced and more like a combination that you're trying to do. Alright, let's just watch some random stuff on here. We're looking for mid-rare in the center. This is some random MasterChef clip. I don't even know which one it is. I can't even read it. It's like horizontal, vertical. It's rare that something isn't raw. Yeah, you should always do smaller portions because they're only going to eat a bite. So it doesn't really matter. Make the better dish, not the bigger dish. No protein, vegetarian. The flavors speak for themselves, but they know who they are. So I've seen like seasons 1 and 2 of MasterChef, partly due to XQC reacting to it. So I sort of was watching his reaction. Just out of curiosity for like, why would anybody be doing this, or how is he getting away with showing it, the whole thing. But then I saw obviously season one of just the Hell's Kitchen. See, like I should upload that separately as a clip. Like, Film Critic predicts that Jessica and Mike will be the final one standing, even though I was slightly wrong about Jessica. She still was good. A lot of people were simping over Elsie over her. Like, they were both good, but they had their flaws. Elsie fucked up a lot of shit. Jessica fucked up a lot, especially towards the end. So there's no question they didn't deserve to win the whole thing. Mike was very consistent. Ralph was pretty good. I mean, he was a leadership figure, but he was just a little bit sort of dry. Like, he's not as out there. And I saw like some Where Are They Now? And it's like Mike had some drug issues or went bankrupt or something shitty happened to him, but whatever. And he actually did turn down that deal to go to get the $250,000, which of course I would do that too. I was even saying, don't let him try to bait you, right? I just want my $250K and I'll fucking chill. Maybe I won't even be a cook anymore. Your Hell's Kitchen made me hate cooking, and now I want to fucking just buy a business and chill, buy a liquor store or something, and just relax. Like, fuck this shit, dude. Okay, let me see what I can do here. Sometimes I would just listen to music too, where I would, I'm like that. I have that obsessive mentality of like, I'll listen to the same song over and over. Like, which one was I doing there? Smoking Weed with You, whatever that one is with the person's face in the water. It's like a reverb maybe version of it, and it's like, I would keep listening to that one over and over while doing commentary here about various other things. So yeah, I don't know if this mic is really that much better than the other one, but again, this is my limit of what I'm going to do, and the reality is that we're not going to worry about it. So we are going to segue into these next 3 months of doing 3 particular things. So it'll be a YouTube month, it'll be a Audible month, and then it'll be a next big series month. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that we'll do like all the big name stuff we're talking about, because it's like I was holding back because of the setup. But if the mic is good, which is at least okay, whatever. Like that was the only thing, and Monk could be one. The main reason why I wait a whole month sometimes too, like Netflix I barely use, is just because of the simple fact that you're able to it's the simple fact that you're able to you subscribe for the whole month. There should almost be that option on every sort of subscription service. You want to subscribe by the day, even if you charge more. Like, I'd rather pay $5 for the day sometimes than $15 for the month, because I might not use it again after that. But like, I get it, but okay, Jodi Arias trial 30, part 30, part 1, day 30, part 1. She always says it that way, the defendant. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. The jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did any of you see anything about this case on the media, on the news? I mean, of course, people will do that. They'll see shit all over the place. She fumbled the camera, and then that turned into him getting upset and trying to kill her over that. Like, that's what inadvertent means. Or they won't really even show it here. Or she asked them to approach a bit too much. But yeah, there's a lot of speaking objections too. Now we gotta sit through this whole thing because this one doesn't say no sidebars. Like, what's the point in including this? But I guess they just do the whole thing. Yeah, all the comments will be shitting over Martinez now because, oh, you know, he got disbarred, but I'll be fair about that. Like, that doesn't really have anything to do with this, although I guess one of the jurors was leaked to the blogger friend that Juan Martinez was sleeping with or something of the sort. And so, I don't know what to make of that. Like, all this shit with the photographs is fucked up. This is what... Or now they are showing it. You own a watch, don't you? Which is highly argumentative. But that's what he gets mad about. The way he's asking that, but it's not the ground. Sometimes she's just being peevish just for the sake of it. Wasn't coming after because he's already on top of me. It's a good way to try to make it seem like that. He gets very impatient, but she gets very annoying. And people criticize, oh, she keeps looking at the jury. But that's actually pretty normal, and there's nothing wrong with it. The witnesses will do that a lot. Like Daryl Brooks objects to that. Why are you looking at the jury so much when I'm asking you the question? But it's fine. You're doing it all for the jury's sake. She just said it was possible. But yeah, she did say it's just hypothetical. under that hypothetical scenario. And this is sort of relevant because of the short period of time. It is speculation, though, because it's a possibility. Well, a lot of things are possible. Anything is possible. He's trying to come up with a theory. One of my recordings cut off before I was done talking, which I don't know how or why that happened. Okay, so today I'll continue to watch the Jodi Arias trial. I keep skipping around, so there's no real clear rhyme or reason to it, but I mostly want to see his cross-examinations here. Juan Martinez, again, he does a good job, but I think people fluff him up too much, but it's still fun to watch. So this is Jodi Arias trial. It's like the Crooker Queen or whatever the channel name is. It's with these really long videos. Jodi Arias trial dash day 21 dash part 1 cross-examination. And we're starting at 40 minutes on the nose, 40:00 in 3, 2, 1. Yes. And you gave us another story about this happened, right? No. But this is kind of good to do because it's sort of just organic. It's something I felt like doing, so I'm just doing it. And I said, fuck it to the Netflix thing. So this next month is going to be YouTube, and so I'll decide what to do on YouTube. This is her, like, trying to be all peevish. This finger, she says, she broke at work in a margarita glass. She almost sounds like she's telling the truth there. He sort of caught himself too, calling. Like, she said she did it at work, moving a margarita glass, and she hit it against something right with the other finger. Why it's bent or something. But then again, she also blamed Travis. I don't know what the fuck. So yeah, like the psychiatrists keep trying to say, like, oh, you know, the journal would say it, but she's trying to hide it because of the law of attraction, so she doesn't want to write negative stuff. Even though, you know what I mean, like, obviously you would think she would have referenced it somehow. Something, it's a good one. No, I had some paranoid self-awareness because I thought somebody might find it. And it clearly didn't stay private. I only wrote things I wasn't afraid for other people to see. So I would never write about the stimuli acme, otherwise it could end this whole civilization. As the wise man once said in one of my short stories. That's what I realized about my whole creative element, though. Like, I'm too lazy to do it. Like, I would never actually formally do, like, a full book or something. I just can't be, I can't bring myself to do it. I just don't care. Like, no amount of money, no amount of time even. Like, it's just not something I can do. it's always something I want to do, or it's like part of my whole being that I would, but I guess the best you'll get is me just talking around it a little bit here. There's too many of these pauses and stuff, even though some of these say no sidebars, it's still like just preparing evidence and stuff. Yeah, this case actually makes it look fun to be a prosecutor. Like, the amount he gets to yell and, "Are you mad at me, Mr. Martinez?" That's what the psychiatrist is saying. It is pretty good. I like this, but I don't know what else I want to watch on YouTube. We get this little Rule 34 fantasy where Travis's sister, who's a cop, gets to pin and peg Jodi down. Not my idea, but just it's something you would think about. Getting her to confess or something. Breaking her down, beating her down. If she was really smart, she would have a little drawer contraption that would burn it as soon as you try to open it, like Light Yagami in the Death Note, with like in episode 3 or something, where he hides it, and if you try to force the drawer open, it has a fake bottom, and it'll burn it, destroying all the evidence. And the whole crux with that is you would never expect that to be the case. Like, to you, it's just a notebook still. Why would you expect it to be some magical murder weapon, right? And so, but I feel like a lot of people mischaracterize what the Death Note really means in that series. It doesn't mean that, Light is less smart for doing what he does. It just means that he's committing crimes on a scale that he couldn't do otherwise, no matter how smart you are. L couldn't do what he did without the notebook. Nobody could do what he did without the notebook. And so, unless you're like a warlord type of fucking whatever, but... yeah, make a copy of the entire fucking diary just so you can see it. Or yeah, like what if you object, like that's my personal privacy, I'd rather go to jail than reveal that, all my secrets and stuff. Some of this stuff becomes like tabloid kind of bullshit because it doesn't matter. Like this sort of can be prejudicial to the jury. Like, she had this fantasy about, whatever, getting raped by somebody, or she had a fantasy about killing somebody, but it's just a dream, right? Like, that doesn't mean that if you look at the totality of thoughts that somebody ever has, right, you have some crazy thoughts here and there, I'm sure, but that has nothing to do with this, like what you actually do, right? Like, just as an example, my objective mind, anybody can think anything, so I've thought everything ever that a person can possibly think, whether it be positive or negative, let's say hypothetically. So it doesn't matter, right? It matters what you act on, what you actually take seriously, what you actually do. And so therefore, did any of the other women come, I guess? Like the other mates and other love interests of Travis? It seems more like just his family. But yeah, that Hell's Kitchen series was at least a dedicated good thing. And again, I'm feeling as comfortable doing this as I ever would in terms of the mic, so I don't really care. It sounds a little better as I was listening back, and I did what I always say I shouldn't do. I uploaded all 4 of them together, and so I just said, fuck it. I could almost listen back to my own thing that I was just, my own video that I just uploaded. Which I typically don't like to do that, but... okay, there's a lot of silence here, so it's okay. No, I mean, imagine watching this entire thing from beginning to end. I guess I could watch it on 2 times speed. But there are some pretty good moments. There are some pretty fun moments. And, the psychiatrists are very... he says one of the most improper things ever, but it's funny. Like, to some other guy, did you go to the Alice Laviolette School of something? And then it's stricken from the record, like, you can't say that, but he's just mad. Like, he's saying it to some other witness to imply, obviously Alice Laviolette is like one of the psychologists in this, and so she, or whatever, psychotherapist, something like that, and she's like, whatever, he's just mocking him that, what are you, like her? You went to her school? This is a really funny line. I forget what exact clip it's from. Or then he accuses the other male doctor of like, you have feelings for the defendant. Like, regardless of what you feel about it, right, he might be doing it for attention, he might be doing it somehow, he's getting paid by the defense counsel, but I don't think it's anything to do with feelings, although she does seem to have this charming quality on a lot of people, that everybody seems to almost like her despite, I don't know, on a certain level, right, everybody seems to have a certain fondness for her, regardless of what she supposedly did. And quite frankly, people would argue, like, oh, she's a threat to society. I would actually argue she wouldn't be. Like, let's say she got away with it. I don't think she would have ever killed anybody else. Like, it seems like one of those. It was a very specific circumstance. It was a very long-winded relationship back and forth, round and round with Travis. So I'm not defending her, but my psychological analysis would tell me what she did was extreme, obviously. But pretend she stabbed him once, then you wouldn't even be talking about it. But that's a very specific circumstance. It doesn't mean like, oh, you're going to go do that again with anybody else. So that's part of why she didn't get the death penalty either. Like, yes, her crime was severe, but it was still one victim, and it was still like, you know, it's not going to be, there's nothing to really show. Like, you would have to be in the exact same scenario as Travis, which is a very specific scenario, right, with an ongoing relationship on and off, you know, her being jealous and all this kind of stuff. I mean, falling victim to the stimuli acme. This is one of the validations of it. How do I prove, or how do I display the stimuli acme that sex, that pleasure is the highest measure for humanity that they have, the highest basis of value, and the highest form of hedonism, at least perceptibly, would be sexual in nature, sexual stimuli. So the hedonism hierarchy, and so the highest measure that people have in life is pleasure, and the highest form of pleasure is sex, and so therefore you see that reflected in so many forms. Most lyrics in a song have to do with romance or sex or love, right? 90% or probably 75+%. Most profanity has to do with it. Even if you're not thinking about it, even if what you're discussing has nothing to do with sex, it still refers to sex to show a high level of expression, whether it be positive or negative. So that would be like, you know, fuck or pussy or bitch, or, you know, there's some sexual connotation to it at least. You're a pussy, you're a whatever, you know, fuck, and what other? Like most profanity, most insults, again, even if they have nothing to do with what you're talking about. And then beyond that, so you see it in song lyrics, you see it in profanity, you see it in just advertising, marketing, the amount of emphasis on it, the amount of obsession with it, in all forms of media, in everyday life, in economy system that you split your finances down the middle all the way based on the sexual partner of all things, the fact that you have all these idyllic standards like love, etc., that are used to control and specify in a half-assed state, the fact that many crimes are indeed inspired by, like, I won't say the majority of crimes, but a lot of crimes are inspired by sexual elements, whether it be one form or another, whether it be like an assault relating to that, or whether it be like jealousy, or whether it be something, you know, along those lines. And so much of human drama and conflict comes down to that sort of closed structure contrivance with respect to, you know, this inherent tendency of uninhibited stimuli acme practice versus the specified contrivance response that people are sort of indoctrinated into being. We're still actually on silent here, so I don't know what to make of it. In fact, you'd have to be sitting here. This won't work very well for a timestamp. You'd have to be sitting here through the whole thing. 4:55 is admitted, because I don't know exactly where I am now. So you wouldn't know what timestamp it is, because that was a bullshit length of silence. Yeah, you see, even with like faith, people restrain themselves so much and then they want to act out. So like the Mormon faith or whatever the fuck. But no, my whole defense would be, if I was so inclined to defend, is it doesn't matter that she stabbed him 27 times. It's a matter of whether she killed him or not. So like, don't look at the 27 stabbings. Look at the fact that she killed one person. She could have stabbed him once. She could have stabbed him a million times. She could have shot him once. Could have shot him a million times. I know we look at it from that spectacle perspective, but the reality is a crime is still a crime, and that is a severe crime, and she did do it. But again, pretend she only stabbed him once. Would your reaction be that different? And of course it would, and the media's reaction would be different. You wouldn't even have heard about the case, because people do that every day. People stab somebody once every day, right? Why did this get so much attention? Just because of how many times she did it. So all respect to the family and stuff, nobody would give a shit about this case if it wasn't for the manner in which she did it, for better or for worse. You don't hear this about every single stabbing, every single murder. They didn't even say anything. Like, what are they waiting for? Or I love that from Daryl Brooks. I'm not reading a book, it's the book, the Bible. Some people actually live by it. Jodi Arias and Daryl Brooks are number 1 and 2 on the list of people who do not do that. He's being all nice there, but then he gets... Something like suddenly happened in my car, where it suddenly switched over to like the oil life screen, and it said I have like 15% oil life left, even though I just changed my oil not too long ago, and it did that little screwdriver icon, but now it's gone. I don't get it, and it's feeling a little weird too. I'll just deal with it. Yeah, all her little smirking probably hurts her perception in the eyes of the jury. This is one thing if you're trying to maintain your innocence doing that, but you actually admit to killing him, and now it's just a matter of the minutia or the severity of the sentencing and stuff like that, right? It comes about pretty quickly that you did in fact do it. Peeked instead of looked. Normie seems like a pretty good dude too. I don't want to be too mean on him. He wanted off the case. He was doing the best he could on the case. He gets a lot of good objections in. Keep it on your computer, then I'll have to hack into that shit, or like they recovered the deleted photos from the camera. And it's so ironic too, like she loves photography, and that was like a big passion of hers, and she ends up photographing Travis in that moment before his death, like bringing her passion to life, or to death, I guess you could say. There is a certain like poetic, sick, even in a sick way to it, like the photography queen ends off proving her own guilt through the same means, like taking a picture of her foot. Like why is the camera even there, bro? It was obviously her own choice. Like she's trying to make a spectacle out of it. If you had just done it, this is the absolutist tendency. Again, I'm not encouraging anybody to commit a crime, but if hypothetically a supposed absolutist was to do it, she's fucking definitely not one. You would do it in the most efficient, undetectable way possible, so you wouldn't make a spectacle out of it. You wouldn't care about any of that. You would decide on it in such a way that, like, somebody says or does something, or they're against your interest, or whatever you're trying to do, right? And you decide to kill them without them even knowing, without giving them any sign. There wouldn't be any argument, there wouldn't be any anger. It would just be like another day. And then, like how they talk in Goodfellas, they come as your friends, right? You would just do it like that. You would never see it coming. And even the way he does it isn't quite perfect, because he would send him on some routine thing. Why don't you just go here and just do this, and that's it? Instead of like, oh, you got to go to Florida and you got to kill somebody that I've never asked you to do before. Do like a normal request. Just go to this warehouse and make a drug deal like you do all the time, like a normal request. Right, so you give Henry points for being smart, but the bigger point is that you get to this is the other journal. You didn't even ask her about the other one. Or you just filibuster while you filibuster by requiring that, you have to read the whole thing, a long form postulate. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing in full. No half-assed practice, no initial mindedness. All this passing back and forth, fucking bullshit ass shit. Yeah, who do you think you are? Giovanni from Death Note? I'm going to recopy this whole fucking diary so we have a copy of it by hand in one night. So many people take issue with that he was able to do that. I think maybe the implication is, though, that not too many names were in that notebook but I guess they would have had to. Because that notebook wasn't being used. Like, it was in the safe most of the time, right? So only the names up to... Something's maybe inconsistent with that. Like, that was in the safe, so the names in that would not have been the current names that were being killed, right? That would be the one in the notebook that Mikami carries around with him, right? Not the one in the safe. So the one that Giovanni takes hadn't been used in a long time. The only name that would have been in there is Takeda. And when you see where her name is written, it's also inconsistent because Mikami fills out one page every day, and he hadn't used it in a while, so it should have been the first name and only name on that page, right, because he had only done that. So in a way, it makes sense that he could have written it over in one night, because the only names he would have had to do would have been from the beginning of Mikami being Kira, as in, like when he kills the Yotsuba, or not Yotsuba, whatever, that Demigawa and stuff. So I don't know how long that goes on for. It does go on for a while before Takeda comes in the picture and she starts doing it. But the reality is that he would have been doing up to that point. He would not have been doing all the names that were written recently. So I feel like there is an inconsistency with that. Like, when they show you Takeda's name, I don't know if it's the first one on the page, but that would have been the first and only one, because all he does is, he hasn't used the book in a while. He goes and does it. Or maybe they're showing you the other one, that he pretends to write it in there, too. But that doesn't really make sense. It wouldn't even be necessary, really, because she could have just died in some other way. You wouldn't even know that that's what that is, right? I actually don't know whether he writes it in the fake notebook. But, like, when he goes in the real notebook, he hasn't used it in a while. Then he writes Takeda's name, then he puts it back. At least take it with you, then you can hide it or figure something out. But, or again, like, take out a page and put it up your rectum, and then now use that on the day of the meeting, so it wouldn't matter whether they find the real one or not. So Light is a genius even in defeat, like where he does that. He accounts for it by using the scrap in his watch even while he's under surveillance. So even Mikami underestimated him. But no, the reality is that you're able to do it in such a way that basically there's so many holes with that scenario. Since we're getting so many pause moments, I'll just talk about this. You go to the bank and you reveal the notebook. Now the problem is, whether you're being followed or not, the reality is that once you do this, on one hand, you just can't do it. So maybe it would be better to reveal the fact that Takeda had the note, right, like, whatever. That might have still been better than what happens otherwise. You're trying to cover up Takeda's whole thing with the pages, and she's going to be found, and whatever, right? And you don't think Light can deal with it because he's, you don't think he's even as much of a god as you make him out to be, but he's being watched and stuff. So what you do is you say that, if you're going to commit and now you're going to go there and write Takeda's name, there's so many things you could do. Mikami should have a scrap like in his watch or something too, even if you think he's being searched or whatever, or being watched, right? It's like, think about it this way. If he had a hidden scrap of paper somewhere, he could have used that to write Takada's name. And you might be like, well, he doesn't want to do that because what if it's found, or what if they see him? But this is the same point. You'd be willing to go to the bank, right? Well, I guess maybe you wouldn't expect them to get into the safe and stuff, but like, you go to the bank and you write the name. So you're basically revealing the path of where it is. So like, oh, what if they're following me? That's why I can't have a piece of scrap hidden somewhere like Light has in his watch and use that. But you could use that because if you're assuming you're not being watched at that moment. So you go to the bank and you assume they're not watching you, and you write Takada's name. At the same time, you would assume that you're not being watched in either case. So that would be number one. He could have had a scrap just for emergency like that and use it in some place that they couldn't possibly see, hide it in some place that they wouldn't possibly find, like how Misa does that, somewhere in the woods. She just happens to, what if somebody finds it? But the reality is that there's so many things you could do to test it too on the day of the meeting. Then you could have another hidden scrap, number one. Or what you could have also done? I guess you could have just kept a hidden, like a piece of the notebook in this thing. Or, this is even it. Why couldn't you make a fake notebook with pages from the real notebook? Like, because it has infinite pages. So just rip out a bunch, make a real notebook with a fake notebook, and keep the real notebook in there or something. And then you would have had some pencil lead trap to see whether the safe has been opened. Right, like how Light did that on his door, right? So he would tell Mikami to do that. Put a pencil lead, and if it breaks, then in a way that they wouldn't be able to detect. That would have worked. Or once you get the notebook, then write the name of somebody on the news, and you might be like, oh, but if they die, then you'll know. First of all, their cause of death could be something different, so only you would know. Or just kill some kid on the playground or whatever, kill some random person, right, on the news or somebody, so you could verify before you go to the meeting. Test it. And you might say, well, that would make it obvious. But it wouldn't make it obvious because you could do it, well, maybe because you're being watched, but again, you'd have to find a way around that. Or do it like right before you go in or something. But the reality is that you could test it somehow, and you could test it in such a way that you don't even have to kill somebody. You could kill somebody in a way that they wouldn't identify as you doing it. But even better, don't kill them. Could say they'll die in 10 days, right? But their actions are being controlled, so they do something that you could identify, like they start itching their armpit or something on TV, like whatever, like some weird innocuous thing that only you would know, that you could use to verify that their actions are being controlled, and then you would know, and then nobody else would know. I guess the only problem is that, and it's the same point, you might be like, well, what if they see you? But the fact that you're going to the bank means that you're assuming they're not going to see you, because if they did see you, then they wouldn't go to the meeting, or they wouldn't do it, because they would know that you're hiding the real notebook and that you're gonna kill them. So you would assume that right, you would assume that they're not watching you anyway, so it's a bit of a fallacy. Like, oh, we gotta hide it here, but how do you know? How do you know that? It's like, oh, he went to the bank twice in 2 days, but wasn't he gonna do that anyway if twice in 3 days? Because it was like the next day, right, where he was gonna go and get it anyway, so I don't get it. But no, you would have tested it, you would have had like a fail-safe to see who's been in the safe, you would have maybe hidden it somewhere else, you would have a page hidden somewhere else, you would have a page in reserve that you could use to kill Takada. Because again, think about the logic the same way. Have a hidden piece, again, up your rectum or something that Light would have had when he's running away, and he'll take it out and write everybody's name, even if he's still going to die, right? In episode 37 at the end. Why wouldn't he have that? He would have it like Kimberly up his throat and he would regurgitate it. But the reality is that you have the simple ability to look at it like Mikami could have had a page like Light somewhere hidden, And you might be like, oh, but what if they find it, or what if they see you using it? But the point is that when you go to use the real notebook, what if they're watching you then? What if they find it? Like, first of all, they could just search your bank safe anyway, right? What if they just do that? So you would have a fail-safe for that regardless, right? What if Giovanni's just, they know you go to that bank, right? He even says, I've seen him go to that bank before every month on the whatever, and they don't think anything of it. But the fact that your notebook is in there means that what if they happen to just feel like searching it anyway? So Light Yagami, as we all know, would have a failsafe, put a piece of pencil lead, put a scrap of paper, put a little, something that'll, like something wet that would leak, right, that they couldn't replace, like something liquid, right? So now even if they notice it, it's like, oh shit, we can't replace that because it's like some sort of a chemical or whatever, right? And so, look, dude, look, and I'm not even like extrapolating. I'm just saying, he puts a piece of pencil lead in his door and a piece of paper in his door when he's younger in his house just to make sure nobody's been inside, even if his family's just doing laundry, and he has the 2 layers. The pencil lead is for everybody and the piece of paper is only for the family because, oh, they wouldn't put it back, but the fact that they do put it back means that it was Al or somebody suspicious. And so he does all that just to make sure nobody goes in his room, and on top of that he has the notebook hidden in the drawer with the fake bottom and the thing that lights it on fire. So he does all that just to stop them from coming in his room, or just to know that they went in his room. Right, so that's much less high stakes. You're trying to tell me in this biggest moment of his fucking life, when he could potentially get caught, and he does, you wouldn't tell Mikami to have a failsafe, that, oh, put it in the safe, and have a failsafe to know if the safe's been open, and hide a couple pages just in case, and again, by that logic, you could literally do it like that too, arguably, although it might pose some other problems, the fact that it's the real notebook, the fact that you could use the real notebook. Don't even make a fake notebook. Use the real one. It's fine. And then have a few pieces of the notebook, like a page of the notebook, in the safe. So now when the day comes, even if they replace the current real notebook you have, just go to the bank, get the safe, get the thing, right, from the safe, the real pages, and use those at the meeting and kill them. How would they see that coming? It'd be the same scenario. Like, in other words, you'd kill Takeda with the real notebook, and then they replace the pages, and then they replace the pages for those days, which would also not make a whole lot of sense, because couldn't you just test that anyway? Like, what if Mikami feels like skipping ahead? So I guess he's so methodical, but him being methodical isn't really an act. That's just how he is, actually. Even Light says that. Mikami's behavior is so methodical, it's almost obsessive, right? Light just is observing that. He's not really saying that, oh, that was part of my plan. And so in a way, it's still Light's fault, because he should be aware of that and in control of that more. Like, for example, you would say that Light is so in control that he should realize that Mikami's directive is to do what he's supposed to do when you aren't able to. When you aren't able to in a way that is like he's trying to mirror your actions, basically. But that's why you chose him, because he thinks alike to you. But in this case, he thought too alike, or he underestimated you effectively. And so that's my objection. There's too many ways to test it. There's too many fail-safes. The point of the fail-safe isn't that you would win, right? Like, let's say, okay, they somehow find the notebook. At least you wouldn't show up to the meeting like an ass and embarrass yourself and get caught. You would realize, okay, the pencil lead is broken and they didn't notice it, whatever. It's something, whatever. Some way that you can, something that would evaporate as soon as you open it, like, water. That, I don't know, like Light's smart enough to come up with something like that, to put a little bit of water in there and it would stay there until it's open, and so if it was open it would dry up, you know what I mean, like something like that. And so the reality is that, just use invisible ink, lol. That's like a joke in episode 37 that either I made or somebody made. Like, just used invisible ink. Mikami was using invisible ink. Lol. Like, so you might think, oh, that wouldn't work, but it would do its job, and then it would disappear later, so what the fuck, dude? But no, like, then you wouldn't be able to tell whose names he wrote. Or you could have had him write Light's name too, once he realized it wasn't working, or something like that. Or he could, like, write Light's name wrong, because it's, like, Moon Yagami instead of Light, so, like, oh, whoops, I misspelled it. This is a lot of fucking pauses. But yeah, I'm just getting triggered by that. And so, again, it's just not like Light. You could say, oh, it's Mikami's fault, but he kind of was following his directions. But there's a few issues that it poses is, like, it seems weird. Like think about what Mikami really does. He goes to the bank in a panic and kills Takeda. The act of doing that, you should have had a contingency, like, what if this happens? And the contingency would be that, I guess what made it difficult is because Takeda was the means of communication between the two, so you can't exactly say, oh, if Takeda gets kidnapped, you gotta kill her, or, like, you know what I mean? You can't say that through her because she's the one saying it. So, like, well, I guess maybe they're so cold that they would say that, though, like, in case something happens, do this. But then there's no real other way for Light to communicate with him. Or I guess he kind of does directly do it, but I get the difficulty of that situation. Even for Light, that's very, very hard to deal with, but his absolutist commitment is why I use him as an example. Like, he does, like think about it from this perspective. He doesn't care about money, right, from being Al or whatever he could have done with his intelligence otherwise. He doesn't care about women, whether it be Misa, model, whether it be Takeda, so smart. He doesn't care about power. He doesn't care about a life of luxury and ease and comfort and whatever that all his intelligence would guarantee him to have. He doesn't care about any of it. He just wants to do his goal, his cause, his, everything. So that's what I mean. I'm not saying whether he's right or wrong in doing it, although technically, you might say he kills a certain number of innocent people, but he reduces worldwide crime by 70%. So think about, like, let's say he didn't do it. Let's say he wasn't Kira and he just didn't do anything. Worldwide crime would have been 70% higher, right, or whatever. It wouldn't have been reduced by 70% over that period of time. So think about how many millions of people would have been murdered and killed, etc., over that period of time. It's way more innocent people would have died by him not being Kira than the few that he had to kill by being Kira. That's just an objective fact. Right? He kills a very small number of people. So objectively, he saves way more people, way more innocent people than he kills. That's not even a question, because if worldwide crime is down by 70%, that's millions over the course of several years, right? That's millions of people who would not be, not be killed or even just hurt and other things. So compare that to the number of innocent people he kills, which is very, very small. I mean, you talk about Naomi Mizura, you talk about L, even though with L you could say he is a criminal in a number of ways. He works with criminals, he does all kind of weird things like shady, gray area stuff, so I don't even think L is innocent. He could have been killed, But even if you want to count that, Naomi Mizura, the FBI agents, a lot of the cops that are killed aren't even by Light, they're by Misa when she's like at the station and stuff, Ukita and stuff. But no, like, Light is very judicious actually with the way he does it. Like, he doesn't kill just to kill, like, ever, really. He kills Lindell Taylor in one seeming mistake moment that is kind of uncharacteristic of him, but I look at it like a psychological moment where he's underestimating everybody else and he thinks he's so smart. And even I had that visceral reaction, like, who does this little jumped up kid think he is? Just because he got a little special notebook, he thinks he can go head to head with the world's greatest detective? Like, that was what I thought at that moment. This series is going to be boring. He's going to be caught with ease. This dude's a clown. He thinks he's so smart just because he's got good grades or something. And then how wrong did he prove me that, oh shit, he's actually smarter than the world's greatest detective, right? Even without the notebook. You see that in the Yotsuba arc. This is why I don't that's why that part of the show is included in there in the story, right, in the manga too, obviously. The Yotsuba arc where he loses his memory and he's trying to catch Yotsuba like Higuchi with L's help, or vice versa. He's just as good, if not better than L, and you see that. Like, he's the smartest person in the room, you know, dealing with Namikawa and etc. You could say L is just playing him or pretending to try to get him to succeed him, but the reality is that he's on his level. Like, they're on the same level, and so therefore you have objectively that, you know, they're on the same level without the notebook involved. So all the notebook allows him to do is to commit crimes on a scale that he wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Not that, oh, it makes it easier for him to get away with it, because that still comes down to his own intelligence. So I think people misunderstand that. The Yotsuba arc shows me that they're even. Light is just as smart, just as capable as Al, if not more so. Certainly he's more charismatic and all that. Better with women to whatever extent, you know, all of these things are relevant, which it actually is pretty relevant, because both Misa and Takeda are very important, and that's part of his whole seduction of them. Like, so yeah, I mean, how many innocent people does he really kill? Like, let me try to trace it back from the beginning of the series. He kills Lyndell Taylor, who technically wasn't innocent, but I guess he didn't know that, so I'll count that. He kills the FBI agent, so that's something. He kills sort of sometimes minor criminals, petty criminals, and then he also kills, but you know, criminal is still a criminal. So like, he kills, again, Lyndell Taylor, 12 FBI agents, something like that, Naomi Mizura, L, even if you consider him innocent, and a couple more people. So it's like maybe 20 people over the course of the whole show, 20 innocent people. I can't think of too many others. Even when he kills like Weddy and stuff, and Iber, they're criminals, they're hardened criminals, right, that L is working with in a way that's questionable, like this, you know, like, that makes him sort of a criminal too. And I like to look at, this is what would truly make Light an absolutist of the highest grade, is the fact that not only is he so consistent with his measure and he never doubts it and he never wavers and he's always on point, but also, if his whole God complex is simply functional. He doesn't really believe he's a god, but he does it to motivate himself because he understands the fragile human ego, and the best way to motivate yourself in an absolutist tendency is to say that you would deceive yourself into the self-gratifying position. In order to act like a god, you have to like manifest that you are a god, and the way that you would do that is, again, appeal to the fragile human ego and be all on point with that. And the reason why that's so relevant is because he would be intelligent enough to know he's not a god. He even says, if Kira's caught, he's evil. If he wins and rules the world, he's justice, etc. And so what that does is, Light's well aware of the reality of the situation. He doesn't actually believe he's a god. But that's just a way to motivate himself, because, again, he wouldn't be willing to sacrifice all of these things like money, women, etc. He wouldn't be able to overcome all these human flaws that would prevent him from being this messianic figure. He wouldn't be able to really be this godlike figure unless he believed that. So he's doing it to almost deceive himself just to accomplish what he's able to do in such a, honestly, selfless way, put his life on the line. So it's a functional basis that he would be this godlike figure, right, that he's almost having to deceive himself. I'm still letting this ship play too, but I wasn't even listening to it for a while. You do reference the Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops. So this goes to like his pedophilia tendency, I guess, the Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops, or I don't know what the fuck it is. Wani Anderson's baptism. So much fucking silence. This part is horrible. I'm not even blaming the person for uploading it like this, but just this is how the trial is. This is kind of improper to show it directly to the witness like this, I guess. Or in talking as you're doing it up next to her. When I wrote it, she always has these peevish little petty comments. Well, she overruled it, but she's still letting her. I could have just forgotten to write the date. Yee, that's correct. You need like a reference for the jury to see this. Now it'll be like the 21st or something. We get it, bro. We get it. Holy shit. Yeah, you have to make an exhibit of every single page individually rather than the entire... I would just troll people, like I'll write one word per page and you have to do it like that. I am going to, each page has only one word, kill this person on this day, here's the plan. And that way they'll have to fucking go through the whole fucking thing, make an exhibit of every page. Just be like the troll killer. Like, you'll get caught, but they'll have to go through so much fucking difficulty that like every convention of how courts operate would be thrown on its head. sometimes I wrote out of order in my journal and I forgot to write the dates. That took a very long time and a lot of sort of sidebars and a lot of silence and other shit going on with it. You know, that'd be a heck of a job. Be a full-time juror. You just do every case all the time, which might create some sort of issue, but it's like, it's a good thing because you're experienced with it, you know what you're doing. I got out of jury duty once by I changed my address because I'm living in like two different things, so, technically I'm here, and then when they try to call me there, I'll say, technically I'm there. Like, fuck it, dude. It's just too time-consuming and bullshit. Like, I understand the supposed importance of it, but I don't believe in this sort of non-consensual social contract anyway. So now Nurmi's lunch break is gonna be ruined by expecting him to do work during that time. That's not fair. Nurmi's got to have his lunch. He should be given extra time on top of that. I don't know. I just want to see some things like recreated in a real life setting where, like, Manfred von Karma's behavior, like, you don't understand what that means. Like, oh shit, we got all the way to the next video. I thought it was like hours long. Like, you're so on point that you just completely fucking roll them over, which nobody's like that. Even like when Darrell Brooks is, doing what he's doing, you might think, you're going to win the case, but that's just because the case is easy and so obvious what he did. But it's not like, I don't know, it's just different to see that sort of dominating performance. Jose Baez, for example, is very impressive, but it's still not quite the same. He does a tremendous job, whatever you want to say. Right, because really, like, pretend you aren't so sure of yourself or you don't know. Everybody assumes it's Casey. Again, reasonable, you could understand, but what if it wasn't? What if it really was the dad? What if it's somebody else? Like, it's not so obvious, or, you know what I mean? So, like, what else are you supposed to do? Okay, so this is Jodi Arias trial day 21, part 2, starting in 3, 2, 1. That was a horrible part, though, because too much pausing and silence and all this kind of shit. The record will show the presence of jury, all counsel. 458 is admitted. Nurmi wasn't able to find a problem with it. lot of this is him just trying to make her look bad or prove that she's a liar or something about that, which she does herself all the time by like trying to constantly take issue with everything he says. She probably says Thursday or something in there. Look at her, look at her. But it is. I mean, Thursday is a date, because you can imply. You see, it's not just me writing Thursday as part of the entry, it's me saying that now it's Thursday when I'm writing. Like a dog and a cat in the road. A black cat and a dog together. Almost caused a fucking accident. I couldn't understand why, but then, you know. Like, what is even the point in arguing this? Like, who cares? It's all part of the same thing. We're just horny. You enjoyed the Tootsie Pop and the pop. There is a middle ground. Like, I enjoyed parts of it. I didn't enjoy it fully. That's just the foreplay. They were not involved in Lonnie's baptism. That's actually correct. Look at the smirk. Look at the smirk. She's actually right. She was 100% correct. You were having a Tootsie Pop placed somewhere, and did he ejaculate more than once? And this, aged pretty badly a different way. You might say, oh, he's just being professional and just talking about sexual stuff because it's part of the case. But he did get disbarred for other sexual things, so it is a weird taste in your mouth. Doesn't mean you liked every naughty fantasy. You don't know. You don't know until you do what you imagine. It could be a bad thing. It could. Oh, now you're making it all about him. But again, it's fair to say, like, we were trying it. Doesn't mean we were going to like it. But it does distinguish because it mentions, well... No, he was saying the bubble bath. Where you could say, where does it say I enjoyed it? But it doesn't say I enjoyed it either. That's one of my lines. It's a situation where, it's a case where, it's a simple fact that that they could have, or somebody could have broke in, or... I took it with me. Oh, so I could have left it and forgot it. That's actually a fair point. If you take it with you, what if I leave it somewhere? Who knows? Argumentative. I mean, it's not a big enough crime that they would do really anything about it. Okay, so today I'm going to watch another part of the Jodi Arias trial, but I'll subscribe to YouTube Premium, and then I'll see if, like, are there certain things you can watch now for free on YouTube that you otherwise would have to pay for? Or what are all the benefits? Like, I'll review it, basically, YouTube Premium, and also I'll look at it from a perspective that I'll finish a lot of the other YouTube series that I've tried to say, or whatever. Like, there's 3 series in particular I wanted to do. Or again, you could watch any sort of free series like Hell's Kitchen without ads. That's really all the benefit would be, just ads. Like no ads, like Hell's Kitchen. But I already did that even while watching it with ads, which was fine. But I had to keep saying there's a 5-second delay, and it might not be exactly right. We'll finish watching Skibbity Toilet. I'll watch the whole series. And then I will, assuming some of the parts aren't super long, but whatever. We had only watched like parts 1 through 8. So I'll do that this month, Skibbity Toilet. I'll do some or I won't even say I'll watch the whole thing, but I'll watch more of it. And then I'll watch some cut type videos. When I say that, I don't mean it has to be that exact cut channel, but like 5 teenagers decide who gets $1,000, or, you know, all these kind of social experiment type stuff, right? So that category of content. And then number 3 will be sort of a, what was the third thing? Like the most subscribed channels, top videos, like I did Mr. Beast. And so in the segue with that, we could also do the simple fact that you're able to see like a series if it's free, or again, we'll kind of look at the benefits of that. So you are basically able to do it in such a way that whatever. So, and again, all these court trials are possible in that too. Really, I'm almost trying to validate, like, why would I even bother doing that? But just somehow this month I'll do it. So October will be that, and then November and December, or whatever, November will start. November will start the ability to do the dynamic with respect to whatever, like those are some things I could watch. See, again, I'll sort of read through. I'll do that in a little bit here when I stop. But for now, we're just sort of skipping around watching random parts of the Jodi Arias trial. But those are like 4 things, or I'll even say 5. These are 5 things we can do over the YouTube month series, and other things too. But like Skibbity Toilet will be 1, or, you know, maybe similar things like that, meme type videos. Number 2 is social experiment stuff, cut, etc. Number 3 is, oh yeah, I forgot. Number 3 was like video game, like people's video game content, like or whatever, like watching streamers' content and judging it. That's sort of part of that same thing, but like we did like 3 things as part of that just to introduce it. Mr. Beast, because like, the most subscribed channels, to see like, sort of review them and see like, do they really deserve to be that popular or something like that. Or to basically just see what they're all about. And then number 2 is like, people's videos in general, like Far From Subtle, one of my favorite, playthroughs, Luigi's Mansion, like, so see like what makes that so enjoyable, why did I like it so much, kind of like a nostalgia trip, or similar other channels like that, right? So one is like the most subscribed stuff, see why it's so popular, some of my favorite stuff, see why I like it so much, and then number 3 was like, just like maybe react content or things like that in general, to try to understand, the whole culture behind it, and sort of see what it is that people are doing with it, and why is it so popular, and how has it come about. And so, yeah, what did I do with that? I did Mr. Beast, I did the Luigi's Mansion, like the one episode, and I did something else that I can't remember. But again, these are like categories within categories, so like, that would be the most subscribed and other people's channels to watch, and the court stuff that I'm doing here, and maybe like a series or something that you otherwise couldn't watch without ads in the like Hell's Kitchen, similar stuff. But yeah, that's the third one is just meant to be, again, like most subscribed channels, kind of see what they're all about, see where they started. Like Mr. Beast started doing Minecraft videos and Pokemon videos, and then he turned into Call of Duty videos, and then he somehow turned into what he is now. Just like, so yeah, most subscribed channels, similar to how I was doing the most viewed YouTube videos. But again, a lot of those were music, and like T-Series. I sort of flirted with that idea, even though it wasn't on T-Series. Ya Ali, reacting to one of the best music video, sort of one of the best uses of a song in a movie ever, Ya Ali from Gangster, which is like a 2005 movie or something, 2007 movie they copied, The Departed, even though I don't know if that's entirely what they did. But no, that scene is amazing. So yeah, I watched Ya Ali to represent, that might be something that's on T-Series, right, just because they have like Hindi music videos and stuff. And then that's a very organic thing because of my whole film critiquing element. A lot of this goes in different directions. Then the other one was like Far From Subtle, just go back to some of my favorite channels that I had mentioned, Chris Move and stuff, whatever I might have watched on YouTube. And then from there, you also have just the raw most subscribed channels, period, which is Mr. Beast, and at one point it was PewDiePie versus T-Series, but then Mr. Beast somehow took off even more. So then everybody wants to jump on him and have this controversy. But the thing with somebody like that is he's set. Like, even if you think it tears down his whole image and everything, it wouldn't allow you to basically... He's already made his money and he's already done what he has to do. So there's no real issue with it from that perspective, because you have... like he could just retire. So I wouldn't even really care about it from that perspective. It would be perfectly fine. So... Okay, so we're looking at Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus La Violette, part 3, no sidebar, starting in 3, 2, 1. This one doesn't have the music at the beginning like the Casey Anthony guy who puts that rock music at the beginning. Please be seated. The record will show the defendant, jury, and that is like a meme of this. Defendant, not defendant. See, even he said it, and he accentuated it, Martinez. Defendant. He emphasized it the first time he said it, as if to mock the judge for saying it that way. Cut them on apples. This is pretty comfortable to wear this, and you can probably not even really see it. Although you probably could see it. It's like a cringe factor whatever. The only way this could be better is if it was wireless, but that might cause other kind of interference and other issues. But see, this lavalier mic actually works properly, that it can be on your body and you can move around and you can be driving and it doesn't crackle, because that's what it's meant for. So it's not too bad, actually. So she says the Apple story, but then she said it got bent from something else, the margarita glass and the thing. And you have, and people in the comments I kind of disagree with. They're making fun of Wilmot and the defense team and Nurmi. It's like, I don't know if they're really fully state appointed or if they did this sort of for the attention. I feel like they're sort of appointed. I won't say it for sure, but either way, it's like, don't hold it against them. They're just doing their best job they can. Let them do it, and the outcome should be the same. So they're not bad people for doing it, and nor are they even doing a bad job. His tone is much more aggressive than a lot of other prosecutors, though, even when they're cross-examining, defense witnesses. Sometimes that can be a bad thing, but the bigger point is he seems to get mad at the judge's rulings too, but he won't direct it at the judge. He'll redirect it back at the witness. Well, it's a real pain that I have to go show you this exhibit. Like, we should already know this. Well, you just look at it for a second. But no, I wouldn't necessarily hold it against the defense. They could be doing a good job, but the case is just stacked against them. So what are they supposed to do? And what do you want them to do? Just sit on their hands and not do anything? No, I want to see you do the best job you possibly can, and we might discover something that we didn't. It's the preconceived notion that goes against what law is all about. Like, we assume Jodi Arias is guilty from the beginning, and in the exact way and manner and severity and sentencing, we assume that, like even Casey Anthony. So the defense shouldn't even try, or they're bad people for trying. But what if we don't know that? What if they really are innocent? What if something really did happen? Right, or what if we just want to find out and get to the truth of the matter? We might uncover some other facts that we wouldn't have gotten to otherwise. So the outcome should still be the same. The defense does the best job they can, the prosecution does the best job they can, and the outcome will still be the same no matter what. Right, if she's guilty, she'll be guilty. If not, she won't. So don't hold it against the defense. The defense can vigorously do whatever they want, and the outcome should still be the same if the prosecution does their job, if the truth is on their side. But I hate that assumption that you just know, right? The assumption that you just already know. So like Casey Anthony, you're sure she did it. And again, maybe within reason you're pretty sure about it, but that doesn't mean the defense should just rest and not try so hard. Oh, the judge didn't admonish. That sort of deserves it. I understand you don't want context. That's very snarky. Yeah, don't you think the body language of the video would be helpful? No, that I agree with Martinez. That was a bad comment. She's being all snarky and making him look bad. She talks a lot, though. I would be pissed at her. Like, we get the point. You go on. And she was getting death threats and stuff. Like, don't blame her. Don't blame the defense. Blame Jodi Arias. Like, it's just her perspective. It's just the defense on two levels. Again, they could be doing a better job than the prosecutor, or an equal job, but their case is just stacked against them, and they have trouble with that because it's a tougher case to prove. And then you also have it's a case where you have Like, again, they could be doing a good job, but the case is just stacked against them. So, like, reverse the roles. Do you think Juan Martinez, with all these people fluffing him up and praising him, would he have won if he was on the defense side, or would you be moralizing with him if he was a state-appointed defense attorney? Like, oh, I'm going to... He gets on her for looking right at the defense or something. You can just look around wherever you want. That doesn't matter. Like, what, are they giving you cues or something? But no, all I'm saying is you could switch the roles and Juan Martinez would lose and look stupid and look, oh, he's bad for defending her if he was in that position. So I sympathize with the defense. Like, what are they supposed to do? Just not do anything? They're doing the best they can. Even if you think, oh, you know she's guilty, you're sure she's guilty, I still would say that doesn't even matter. Do the best you can and try to reduce the penalty. And if you do that, then you have... you do the best job you possibly can, but if she's really guilty and if the prosecution does the best job they can, it'll still be a proper outcome where she'll actually be guilty. So it's not your job to, like, really, because what is the defense supposed to do? If, okay, I'm sure she's guilty, so the defense just rests and does nothing and just sits there, like, is that what you want? Like, this is sort of hearsay, too. She's saying what other people said. Then why are you getting paid $2.50 an hour if it has nothing to do with it? Again, they'll hire somebody, the defense hires somebody favorable who will say something favorable. Or, like, how would they know that? He uses that line a little bit too much. Isn't it true, count 1 million? Like, where he's able to take a shot every time he says that. Isn't it true that you say, isn't it true, too much? Perhaps... Dude, that was a good objection. Wow. She sure made Juan Martinez look like a clown. She's sure a better lawyer. Like, I hate this sort of isolated thing. Oh, her objections get overruled, so she's bad. But a lot of the objections do get sustained. You know, you got to look at things objectively. Don't look at it in terms of the person. Look at it in terms of the particular practice. And even Nurmi wanted off the case, too. Or, like, they sort of take turns, too, like, where Nurmi's not objecting to anything, so it's all on Wilmot. But no, this case seems actually pretty favorable for the court reporter. Everybody talks in sort of a dialed down, slow pace, and they're not really talking over each other, not like the Darrell Brooks trial. I'd like to think she genuinely thinks all this, and so that's just why they hired her. It's not that because they hired her, she believes all this. They hired her because she already believes all this, right? That's the point. Like, her perspective was already sympathetic towards her or something. Doesn't mean you have to take her opinion as the totality of it either. And the other guy with the mustache, who sounds all southern or whatever, he doesn't seem like too bad of a guy. Robert Gaffner or something, I forget. Where he asked him, did you go to the Alias Laviolette school? He wasn't actually that bad. These other two doctors are kind of off. This chick and the other guy. I'm attempting to impeach her on that, the way that guy says it I like, in the Rittenhouse trial. I have the right to impeach him on his prior statements. This is better than watching a courtroom drama show because it's for real, in some ways. Like, you know, at least you can skip through. I wouldn't watch the whole thing, but by the end of all the times I've watched it, I probably would have watched the whole thing. I'd probably watch some of the same parts over and over. Maybe that was a lie that she told, that it was going to be Utah that she's going to. I don't know. Oh shit, the video ends there. So now part 4. Some of these videos are pretty short too, like 14 minutes or something. I don't know why they're cut up like that. So Jodi Arias trial day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 4 in 3, 2, 1. There you see the text pop up on the screen. And then you see her with the glasses. Jodi said she was going to... Oh, they always correct that. Like, where it's, read it to yourself. Read it in your head, something like that. As a question about Mesa... He is very to the point with his questioning, though. That is the one point of merit here. But those were the two big mistakes of the case. The gas cans and the, well, never mind the fact that you had the whole fake story about the intruders coming in. But I guess that might have stuck better in retrospect if you took a picture of your foot with the camera, or just the pictures with the camera, period. So if the camera wasn't involved, which was seemingly her choice to involve it, and if the other thing hadn't been there, the gas cans, and you hadn't bought it with your credit card, as Charles Barkley says, when you're going to commit a crime, don't write a check. Like Jussie Smollett does that. He wrote a check. Same thing here. Like, don't use your credit card, dude. If you use cash, could they have found out that she was there on that day? Maybe, but it would have been a lot harder. Like, somebody would have to testify that I saw her there and something like that. She keeps referring to other things, but... in favor, not really in favor. I was being stingy. That could make the defense look bad, though. I was restricted by the defense who was paying me. I like how he says that. That's actually kind of honorable. I don't want to know who restricted you. But you're restricted by finances. Like, they're only paying me $2.50 an hour, so I don't want to waste that on trying to get brewer here and shit like that. At least doing it on the phone. Yeah, that could have made the defense look really bad. You might have actually been able to legitimately go into that, where you say, who restricted you? Who told you to only do this? And it would have been the defense team who hired you. Or like he calls her the human lie detector, because you can just read the written word and infer and interpret, right, whether it's true to come to your conclusion. I would just say I assume it's true, and if it's not, then I guess my whole thing is out the window, but she doesn't want to really admit that. Like, that's the thing. I always believe in this objectivity. Like, I have no horse in the race. I don't really care if I'm right or not. Like if I was lied to and I made my opinion based on a lie, then it's not my fault, it's their fault, and I don't care. Right? Why defend that at that point? Just say, okay, I guess my opinion is invalid because I was based on a lie that somebody else told me, and it's their fault. So it's not my fault. Okay, so here I'll keep watching part of this one, but what I also want to see is, that's almost something we could do as part of the YouTube series too, is like the Matt Walsh stuff, like if it's on there, at least the older one, like what is a man, what is a woman, whatever that is, like, and that you should either be able to see period because of that, or maybe it's just free anyway, and you could see it in terms of like just seeing an ad free, so maybe something like that. So he did like what is a man, and also a miserable pile of secrets, according to a certain famous old reference, but also what is the newer one, the am I a racist? Which, yeah, that ties into the social experiment thing, where there's like one, who's the secret racist or whatever, like they have whatever, guess who's this and that. I don't know if that's cut as well or that's something else similar. Or we could react to XTC reacting to it, because that's where some of these inspirations come from. So we're at the same thing, Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 4, at 7 minutes on the nose, starting in 3, 2, 1. Not abused, but like to play the victim. Well, you could acknowledge it, but you could just say, I don't agree with it. You're being objective. It doesn't mean you agree with it. It's call her in to testify then. This is like myopic marginalization that I talk about, though. Like, you could blow up one thing that's said into a big deal, and that's all you focus on. So it makes it seem bigger than what it is. That makes you look actually objective, though, that you did consider it. It's not like you just ignored it. But now you don't really believe it. I mean, it is fairly weak, though. It's just like schoolyard testimony. So many years ago, in a schoolyard sort of setting, call her as an adult now, whoever that girl is who said that. Well, she considered it because she took notes on it and stuff. it's not like there's a record or transcript which he didn't think it was that important or that credible, so this is just him trying to reach because it would benefit his case. That doesn't mean it's actually a substantial point. So now, Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 5, in 3, 2, 1. And then we'll look at that if I go to YouTube Premium and see, like, what does it actually let you do. Basically just see stuff without ads. But yeah, I didn't use Netflix at all. Basically, I didn't even give a shit. Stranger Things was okay, I guess, but... by one person. This is Compound. Look at Nermy. That's actually a fair point. Yeah, you never said that. You just observed data that said somebody else said that. Well, then I need to see the Webster definition because I don't know it offhand. No, I'm not. That came quick. Like she lied to Ryan Burns and stuff. I wonder how the jury really thinks of her, too. Like, she doesn't seem that bad, but obviously, when you're looking at it from a certain point of view, it seems certainly biased. But to be fair, there's always an inherent bias, like, oh, the fact that they're the defendant means they must be guilty. Like, there is a preconceived notion like that. Or just to scapegoat them and... That could be hearsay. You could object to your own witness for hearsay. There hasn't been like a single leading objection so far. But sometimes these questions seem sort of like they're leading. It was already sort of hearsay with that school time comment. It's like a certain level of mental gymnastics that takes place here. Even if you call it aberrant, it can still be bad. Okay, let's look at what would happen if I tried to subscribe here. Get YouTube Premium. I've never used this before, I don't think. So it would allow you to download stuff, but it would also allow you to try 2 months for $0. Let's see how it pitches itself. All YouTube, no interruptions. YouTube and YouTube Music ad free, offline, and in the background. So the ad free is the main thing. Save money. You'll be reminded in 7 days. So I guess I could even do it based on that. Restrictions apply. So starting November 27th. You won't be charged if you cancel. I don't know whether I even want to cancel, though. I don't mind keeping it, but I don't know about the 2 months thing. Maybe I could try even only for a week, considering I wasn't super enthusiastic about this. Like, I don't know if it's really deserving of a month, and I certainly won't do it for 2 months. Welcome. Enjoy ad-free video, offline background play. Look for premium benefits, even more from your membership. Listen on YouTube Music. Now it just says premium all the time. As far as at the top here. It's like, is there certain things you can only watch? There almost should be. Certain things that you can only watch because of that. Right, like certain series and special, they should really do that. Playing what you love, uninterrupted, enjoy videos offline, background play. What's included with it? You can watch ad-free videos, you can also, like most things I'm watching don't have ads anyway, like what I'm doing here, so it doesn't matter. You can download to watch offline, you can play videos in the background while using other apps, music premium. You can watch videos on the YouTube Kids app without ads. Download, add people, music, cancel. So like, let's look at that. Matt Walsh. What is a woman? I don't know if the full thing would just be on YouTube like this, or how you would even watch it. Full conversations clip. Maybe we can just do it from this. Yeah, that wasn't really too eventful. We didn't get much information on it. So it's Matt Walsh, What is a Woman? Full conversations clip. It's like 6 minutes long. In 3, 2, 1. So what? The issue is just, it's the issue of like identity versus biology, right? If you want to just go by that. But then again, there's too many preconceived. It's like you're confusing ideology or identity with that. You can dress however you want, so it gets to the root of it that even the false duality is very clear. In other words, you want to identify as a woman, even if you're biologically a man, just so you can wear certain clothing that clothing clothing, right? But you can wear, what if you said the base answer is you can wear whatever clothing you want regardless of your biological gender. That's not just an opinion, it's a physical fact. Nothing stops you from doing it aside from maybe brassiere type considerations. So I would separate the two and say, okay, there's biological. Well, I would say that's what it means. Like, biological gender, yes, but all these stereotypes, you can only wear high heels if you're a woman, or you can only do this or that, or certain preconceived notions. That's what people try to escape from, so you create that. See, cultural characteristics. right? So you can separate, okay, what it means is, okay, you have certain body parts, you have a certain biological gender, that's it. It doesn't mean you can't wear certain clothing, or you have certain habits, or all those things are associated with it, and that association is what causes people to go towards this in the first place, that they feel like. So he goes to like a village here. He doesn't even know what that means. That could be a physical condition. That could be, some people don't have either body part, don't have certain reproductive capabilities. Look at this white man coming upon us and saying all this weird voodoo witchcraft. But see, that's actually impossible. That's a real thing, though, that can happen, right? Where that's what would be called transvestite. In the backside, eat the poo-poo. Yeah, it's a great advertisement for America. Or that's a good way to get into this sort of thing, because if you weren't that, would they... I mean, you could still be a gynecologist, but makes people feel more comfortable. It can be, see, people will say, oh, it's a social construct, which it is with how you apply it, but there is a bit of confusion. Like, even for these people who would say, well, it's biology, then they would also associate other things with it. Like, you have to do certain things, you can't do anything. There are many... they would want to have a different body part cut off. This is one of my favorite little RP in-character kind of quotes. I forget exactly what I used it in, some short story where it's like, you would have this idea that, like, you know, they're talking about some sort of absolutist character and practice, and it's like, they wouldn't even understand the forum of this enterprise, basically. Like, they wouldn't even understand the context of what it is that we're doing. So, let alone be fit to judge it. So, for example, it's not something that would take place in some physical area, some zero-sum mean, something like that. It would be all mental, psychological, so you're after something bigger. And so it just shows you, like, we're not even on the same plane of, like, what we're trying to do or what what we're thinking about. So that's where objectivity can come in, because most of what people do and argue for is only for the sake of trying to it's only for the sake of trying to reinforce something or with a functional basis. So the reason why people think things or dig in somewhere isn't because they're true or not, because if something's true, it just goes without saying, it's self-evident, it's subjective, right? The fact that you need to breathe oxygen, right? You don't have to take a strong stance on that. But it's the fact that you have this desire to overextend it. So you'll take your position, your viewpoint, and attach it to something that is in your benefit, or at least you perceive to be in your benefit, in a myopic way. And so it's myopic overextension of self-interest. So the best way to look at it is everything people do is always self-interest. And so don't turn it into glorified, greater good. Don't look at that. Everything is just self-interest, period. And that's it. And now it's just a matter of how you can better achieve it. Because that's the defining factor, like dependent, overextended pretense that I always talk about. Just, if you take that away, all the other pretenses go with it, and yet people are both fooled and fool others with that. Like, you would almost have to be that ignorant or naive to believe that. Like, oh no, we're doing it for a greater cause, even though if we weren't getting something out of it, we wouldn't even do it at all. We're just using that as a pretense. So, let's see. Do I want to watch the end of that? But that's basically how you solve the gender thing. Don't make it about gender, right? All these habits and things people do, anybody can do them. Anybody can wear any type of clothing, have any type of habits. Those things are not linked to anything, even if we have certain cultural associations. So anybody can wear anything, anybody can do anything, right, within reason. And so now that doesn't become the issue, but the biological aspect is only that. So even the people who would make that biological argument are half wrong too, still, and that's part of the false duality that creates itself, like that rigid viewpoint. Not that simply, okay, biology says, okay, man has this body part, woman has this body part. That's fine. But then, then they'll extrapolate and say, well, because you're a man, because you have that body part, now you have to dress a certain way, you have to act a certain way, you have to have certain habits, tendencies, right? All those other things are extrapolations that are not inherently linked to anything, right? That's just what culture says or is used to. Some of it might be based on other biological overlaps, like the physical advantages that you may or may not have in so doing, but you'd be amazed what a lost art or what a sort of alien language objectivity is to people, that they just can't operate that way. It always has to be myopic. It always has to be just insisting upon themselves. This is where cognitive dissonance is like a daily thing. Like, you couldn't rationalize anything you do in a consistent way. Everything is overextended. You're doing it in self-interest, but you're not doing it fully in self-interest because you're overextending for a collective, whatever, half-mass state, structure, restraint, etc. You're not doing it fully for somebody else's sake because it dependent, overextended pretense to yourself. You're not doing it for a functionalism because it's not full functionalism, it's still inhibited and half-massed. You're not doing it simply for zero-sum means because then it's overextended to half-mass function. Like, everything is inconsistent, so you couldn't justify anything that you do. So you're just like this reactionary outcome of whatever, just whatever's there. You're just this initial-minded reactionary basis. So this first conversation was pretty funny in here, though, Matt Walsh, where he just doesn't define it. I would define it very simply. But again, what is my point? Like with the false duality, all those sort of rigid societal stereotypes about what you have to do and be based on your simple biological gender, based on simple body parts, whatever, you are able to, because that's so rigid, now people try to break away from it, but they still fall in the trap. So this is a fallacy on both sides. One side will say, well, biological gender is absolute, right? The body parts, etc. That's fine. So they're correct about that. But they won't stop there. They'll overextend it and say, now, based on that, you have to have certain tendencies, habits, you can't wear certain clothes, etc., that are not really linked to that, right? Anybody can wear anything, etc. So they'll take it too far and use that to reinforce rigid, narrow, at times arbitrary cultural stereotypes, etc. And then the other part of it will be that you have the ability to say, well, the other side on that point will be the simple fact that they'll play into false duality too. They'll say, okay, I want to break out of this rigid stereotype and sort of, false duality of genders and stuff. And like, I want to break out of, I guess you could say, this binary, but then they still play into it. In other words, I'm going to break free of this binary of gender by not identifying as what gender they are, right? And identifying as the other gender. So now I have the permission to do all these things, right? But you're still playing into it. In other words, you're not overcoming those sort of rigid stereotypes about gender. You're just saying that, okay, because you might be a biological male, let's say, and you want to dress like what society perceives as a female. Now you just change your identity to match that rather than actually removing the need, which would be the absolutist tendency that you don't need to worry about that because they're two separate things, right? So, and one does not prevent the other except in the way that society might perceive it. So that has tremendous value because of the simple fact that you have, that's how you sort of solve it. One side insists upon those rigid structures despite having some biological basis, but they overextend it. And then the other side would have like some sort of you're denying the duality, like, oh, it's not about the two, there's not only two, etc. But then you still play into it. You say, how do I overcome and conquer these rigid stereotypes? Oh, I do it by still playing into them. So I'll escape from them by simply identifying as the opposite. So in other words, you're saying, yeah, you really can only dress that way if you're, let's say, female, whatever, but only because, so then I'll just change to become that. So in other words, oh, now I have the permission to do that because I'm identifying, but why do you even need that permission? Why couldn't you just do it in the first place, right? And so, in other words, separate the two and realize you don't need to do that to, so you're still, again, you'll deny the sort of binary element, the duality of it, but then you'll still play into it and say, well, because I want to behave this way, this means I must be basically another gender, but it doesn't mean that at all. It just means that you're trying to play into the cultural stereotypes still, and you think like, oh, now you can get away with it, assuming you should even have to get away with it, because you identify some other way. Let me maybe see the end of this one. And then what did I want to do? I almost wouldn't mind seeing the whole thing, but it's not apparently on here. Like, there's got to be something I can do that will specifically take advantage of the fact that I did the premium, and I'm not sure what that would be. Why do you ask that question? Like, it would be very easy for me to answer that because I'm not necessarily on either side in that way, or again, objectivity would sort of be so disqualifying. So again, you realize it's two sort of outward rigid things that you're doing that one creates the other, right, endlessly. So there's no solution to it. Let's see, this is Marcy Bowers, and she, sort of the analogy to the whole limb aspect. So you would analogize that to wanting to like change your reproductive thing. Right, like cut off certain body part or something. And so you could look at it in a similar way. It's not quite the same as like actually wanting to cut off your arm, but and I like that. She calls that kooky, but I'm sure everybody would call her the same by contrast, but A mental diagnosis. So you'd want them to say that. It's amazing, like the lack of self-awareness you would have in this conversation, but you're fascinated or charmed. Even the way of saying that is weird. Not that that's just your identity. You're not fascinated or charmed by being a different identity in this context. Oh, it even ends like that. See, I don't know where you would even find that. Or like they're showing that one, his newer one, as if, oh, it's in theaters. Like, it's not really a theater type of thing. Although I guess you could treat it like a comedy. But no, this is more like the streaming service type thing that you would use. So let me see what I want to do here. It would be... or it says here, like, it's a playlist where it's free. It might just be, like, every scene together. I feel like this isn't actually it, though. These are just, like, all random clips. Let me see. We're going kind of backwards now. Okay, let's do this one. But yeah, I'll try to at least do some of those other things that I'm talking about. Yeah, within the like 5 or 6 set of series that I have. So we'll do Jodi Arias trial day 44, Martinez versus Laviolette part 1. It's like 14:57 in 3, 2, 1. Please be seated. Record will show the defendant. Yeah, this judge is kind of a little too laissez-faire. Yeah, shouldn't the sister cop feel bad that she couldn't figure this shit out, or everybody wants to cry when you're gone, but if you really cared, you would have prevented it, which is maybe a really unfair thing to say, but... Yeah, this is called the... What is Jennifer Darrow thing? She would make the fucking jury play musical chairs and go in and out and round, letting Daryl Brooks stomp all over this shit like... But they're sort of joking about it too. Oh, I'm surprised she admitted all that. But now he's putting it extremely in there. You're mischaracterizing my continuum. But you're showing it to me. This is fair. At least you can have a different interpretation of how you're using something. Even when you sustain a non-responsive, what does it matter? It doesn't really do anything for you. You're basically just telling them to shut up. This is not my complete continuum. You're mischaracterizing my continuum. That line is fucking hilarious. That sounds like something out of a kid's show. Like when, I don't know, like Jimmy Neutron. You're mischaracterizing my continuum, he says, and he yells, and they have a fight about it. I don't know, it just sounds so comical. But she says it so seriously. Just make her read the whole thing, which sometimes they will do that. Just make her read line by line. Well, verbal abuse could be psychological too. Here we go, bro. That technically was a good answer. That's not an area where you would see it. It is what you're asking, but in a roundabout way. She is kind of annoying, just answer it, like, why should it matter to you? Or like, I would piss off both sides because I would be so objective that I wouldn't be like a defense witness, or I would just be objective. I don't care. No horse in the race. So Jodi Arias is a terrorist. Yeah, a big tough guy like Alexander is really worried about this. Well, just even saying that. Okay, I was having to deal with some road traffic. Okay, if I wrote... Or it's rare that you say, may we approach while the witness is still talking. It was on and off. It was only a few months based on that, but they keep going back and forth. But you could say you moved for other reasons. Right, you can't say that's why. Maybe I just liked it. I just like it there. The fact that you move around where somebody is. There could be a million reasons why you move there, though. You got a job there, you like it there. Well, I'm not, what is this, like a non-disclosure, non-compete agreement? When I break up with you, I have to sign a contract that says I'm not allowed to live within 10 miles of you. There's no... They keep fooling around. he might have been mad and then they kind of relapse and get back together. I thought she was there to clean and maybe... Or is that when she saw it through the window? She doesn't really admonish the witness either. Okay, this was that time. I thought it was like she came over to clean and then she was asleep and woke up still there. It makes it sound like this is made up too, but it's not. Yeah, why would she be trying to get in anyway? There we go, a little admonishment. That's why you get redirect right after, like, you can always expand upon it or explain certain things there. Right, so she's trying to do too much of that. So, Jodi Arias trial, day 44, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 2, starting in 3, 2, 1. That was a very nice admonishment, though. Sometimes they just answer too fast, though. Never answer too quickly. Everything would be as far as you know. But you said she left right away, which could be a few seconds. And how would you not really see her? Yeah, I mean, he could be, going round and round and courting her still. Keep your options open. But he still does say things that are associating with her. Even after he says that, I'm pretty sure there is like this implied flirtation element. Not everything in it would be true. Not everything. I took it in context. Only the parts that corroborate it. Oh, look, he came back quick with that. How about this one? Now, was it highlighted by them or was it highlighted by her? Yeah, it wasn't like he was saying it about that. So that's much after. That's much after. A lot of time passed, so maybe they relapse, get back together. Well, that was a good objection. So does he never find out that she was peeping, or what? You could make a movie about this. I'd make literally a killer movie about Jodi. You know, like how Eileen Wuornos, Monster was a good movie. It wasn't that good, but the performance was really good. Charlize Theron, or whatever the fuck. They're not full and complete. Oh, look at her. That's not true. That's not necessarily the case. That's just omission. It doesn't, for something to be accurate, it doesn't have to say everything ever that happened. But she never said she didn't do it. She never said I didn't go to his house. Yeah, what if you did that? I write a journal that's all lies that make it seem like truth. I thought she might say that. But yeah, that's not a lie, that's just omission. By saying if I don't include every single little thing that happened, I'm not lying. I'm just not telling you everything. Like, unless you ask me specifically, which in the case of a diary, you're not really asking them anything. He was always texting flirtatiously. Jodi was sort of smirking there a little bit. Talking does not mean you're with them. I love that name actually, Deanna. Deanna Nunes, one of the world's greatest stage hypnotists. He gets very mad, Juan. Good thing he got disbarred, otherwise he'd have a fucking heart attack. There's some gray matter in your fucking brain, that's for sure. Old-fashioned. This is sort of leading. You're making a whole theory. I love that. You're objecting to the answer that she's giving you. She'll just say they flirted over text messages and stuff. It might have been her is the point. It might have been her. That's actually a good deduction. It could be her on the couch. Maybe she's just sympathizing with him because he's dead. I don't know who she even is. I haven't seen that part of the testimony. Must be before this, though. That was said by her. But she did say those messages. Like, how would you prove this thing with the window? Like, why even say that? Why would you even say that? Right, there'd be no way to prove that you did that, so she must have just admitted it. It doesn't seem like Travis even knew about that, or they must have talked about it later. And she's just sort of popping in. You could just say, I was trying to give him some mail or something, that he left behind, or... I mean, it could be both at once. It could be stalking behavior, but it could also be that he's relapsing to be with the stalker. Like, you could stalk somebody, but maybe they like it. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of hot how you stalk me and how you're so obsessed. Or you go back and forth. It was in October. It ends kind of abruptly. I kind of want to see this Lisa Andrews chick now. Yeah, let's victim blame. He had a bad taste in women. That's why. So this is Jodi Arias trial, day 44, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 3, and 3, 2, 1. You see the little text come up on the screen. You see it fade away. Do you believe that the physical contact between So they were still together then, though, after the stalking event. You're not leaving like crazy Joe Davola. Three hours. So he's trying to take revenge for her seeing that, punishing her by beating her up. Yeah, I hate this sort of enabling victim mentality too, that you say like, I won't report it because I don't want to make a big thing out of it, or I didn't think it'd be a crime, or I didn't think they'd do anything. Like, if something happens that's bad, just report it. Even if they don't believe you, it'll be on record. In a different state. I mean, that is taking into context years of experience. Oh, here we go. He jumps on this too. Any man in your group. She didn't say she told him about this case. Based on their definitions, not... I believe they would agree. Yeah, let's have her panel be the jury. I love how he does this. Where did he come up with this? This is one of the cornerstones. What, some guy in Long Beach, California? It just validates something I already think. She really likes to say Mr. Martinez a lot, too. I was not addressing that, but I am. Oh, it's your men thing. Here we go, dude. I never said I use them as a guide. But he'll jump on something like that. He says, oh, now it's one of the cornerstones. Some dude in Long Beach, California. So what, he can just lie about it and you're directed to recall? This is more like a closing statement sort of thing, but the weakest form of evidence. Anybody can just say anything under oath. See, like all these little psychological pseudo things, like, oh, making eye contact. What if you never make eye contact about anything ever? So you could be telling the truth and not make eye contact. You could not be, like, it doesn't mean anything. You can control those things, so it doesn't really matter. That's more like blackmailing. I just watched this the other day, I think. Or even if it is true. You make so many of these claims, like, I'm not asking you to... Yeah, would a restraining order have stopped this? What if they're just studying and observing the stimuli acme? Or they could be after something else altogether, but you always assume it's about that. It's a good way to get around sort of censorship, too. I'm not saying anything sexual. I'm talking about the stimuli acme. You see, you can't stop an absolutist from his observational perspective, even if society is so obsessed with it in a false duality way that you would both glorify and condemn it out of proportion in your undue emphasis overextension. But you have the ability to it could be. But no, it'd be fun to see some even gameplay things. Like I watched the first episode of that Luigi's Mansion, but it doesn't mean that it's actually valuable. Or like, nothing really happened. Like, let's watch... We can watch that later, like another part of it. Exclamation point. They approach a lot. It's so fucking boring. I'd be asleep if I'm a juror. I'll keep falling asleep and they'll dismiss me because of that shit. You know, let's watch a little part of it now. So we get Luigi's Mansion. I don't want it to just be that one, but like, I'm trying to think what other gaming channels. I had a list of like 10 that I would do. Not that I would watch them a lot, but just that I, was interested in. Chris Smoove, Yogscast Sips, Total Biscuit, Forest Strategy Gaming, Northern Lion, MWN possibly, and then I completely forget about the rest after that. SSOHPKC or somebody like that. I don't think I ever really watched him. I actually found him maybe kind of annoying, but and he like sort of disappeared for a long time, but then he came back. There were like a couple more. I had like maybe 10, so like maybe 3 more. But no, we could sort of assess and give a review. Or what would be kind of wholesome is if I take like a small creator, especially if I was a bigger creator myself, I could take a small creator and I could review their channel and sort of give them advice. Oh, that's a fun idea. Go to like some one viewer streamer, not that I'm much better, but I'll assess their content, I'll review it, and I'll, so that I can upload it, and then they'll be so happy and it'll make me look good, like, oh, I'm doing them a favor, but I'm really not. I'm just bored. But like, assess it objectively and kind of see like what is the point of this. Right, and one of my pet peeves with that is I hate when people give spoilers and stuff, but people will be really annoying about that. Like, oh, you should do this, you should do like backseat gaming and stuff, but they'll be like giving spoilers even if it was like you're live streaming yourself watching a movie. They'll still do that, like, oh, whatever. They'll give stuff away even if they don't intend to, really. Like, they won't say exactly what happens. They'll be like, oh, here it comes, so something's coming. Or, oh, he doesn't know, so that means this character's actually lying and he'll turn out to be the villain by the end of the movie. Like, you know what I mean? So you're able to basically... Yeah, that's a fun idea. You could like do this. You could do this around. Like, I'll review. So I'll watch like some random person on Twitch who's like at the bottom of the category. One viewer, Andy, over here, and like literally me, one subscriber, Andy. But it's still a fun concept, and look at it objectively with like sort of a set criteria. And if you can do that, then you'll be in good shape because you're able to value it a different way. And the reason why you're able to do that is because, again, it doesn't matter who you are. It matters, like, let me look at the criteria. Let me look at the way they could improve. Let me look at their gameplay or whatever it is, whatever category it is that they're doing. And so you're able to definitely appreciate that from the perspective of, it could be a fun idea of what to look at. Okay, so today I'm going to watch random sort of stuff on YouTube, and the way that I can do that is, sort of just randomly, whatever I feel like, but we do have YouTube Premium, so we won't see any ads, I guess, ever. The problem is I won't really know the difference. It should have like a counter even in the background that's like, oh, this is how many ads you skipped. It shouldn't say it as you're doing it because that would get annoying. Like, oh, this would have been an ad, but it was skipped. But it should be like, that would constitute an ad, I guess, for something you're already subscribed to, just fluffing it up that you're able to, do that. But the reality is that, you're able to just sort of watch random things, and I don't have to worry about ads. And I was almost tempted to watch like one of those, what is a man, what is a woman? But, like, unless it's up there in full, or, again, that's the one best business move if it's not already the case in some way that I can't figure out. Like, show me, like, certain things that are free, certain movies and certain selections and shows or whatever, even if it keeps changing, where by subscribing to YouTube Premium, you don't only get the features they give you, but you also get access to hundreds of movies and TV shows and, something like that as a bonus that they could sweeten the deal. Then it would seem legitimate because then, it's like a streaming service too. And you get to watch all these free movies on rotation every month, different ones. They keep changing, right? I understand that might be difficult for them to do, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal, so... The angle of this sometimes isn't exactly right. I can't tell how much that really affects it, but you would be able to... would be able to basically do it in such a way that, there's like a sick psychological thing too with all this, like, oh, you're watching murder trials and you're watching, whatever for entertainment, like pranks or breakups or like real breakups caught on camera. It seems like you're sadistic and you're a freak, or like you're watching scary videos, you're watching creepy people on a doorbell camera. Like there is sort of a weird thing that it brings out, like, why do you like these things in the first place when they're arguably disturbing and arguably, whatever you want to try to explain it, right? It does show something. You might say, oh, well, it's just entertainment, but there is like a deeper element, like not whether you should do it at all, like you're not a bad person for doing it, but it's a question of like, is it really what you should be doing with your time? And of course, most people don't think about it. You're just doing it just because you feel like doing it. But that's the philosophy too. Even if I practice folly favoritism, which is just like entertainment, escapism, whatever, this would be the absolutist measure. Not only are you, I guess, in some form reacting to it, making content out of it, which is dumb, but in other words, what you're doing, that it would reflect in a positive way. Even if you're doing something lowest common denominator, folly, favoritism, escapism, you are able to basically do it in such a way that you would take it so seriously that you would get super immersed. So it's like, oh, you don't just watch movies, you review them, or you get so immersed that you're analyzing them and getting deeply, deeply engaged. You're not just watching just to watch. You're either super invested, fully invested, full experience, everything that you do, you should experience fully, or don't bother at all, self-actualize, everything like that. And so whether it be a movie, whether it be a game, whether, become an esports player, don't just play, like you're taking everything to the fullest extent. So even the reaction element is kind of stupid, but it's like, if I'm deeply, fully analyzing something, it might actually be very insightful, and it might actually have some pretty noteworthy things in there, and that might be fully understandable because you're able to do it in such a way that you can appreciate. And so this one, I sort of just, it's like a short that just opened as soon as I opened YouTube. I don't think I even clicked on it, maybe by accident. And the problem with these shorts is they'll play like sort of vertical, so when the phone is horizontal, I can't even see it properly, but it's like road rage escalated quickly, saved the day, something like this. People to fight. Let's just see what it is. I should just watch a whole bunch of shorts, but the problem is I won't be your fucking dick. I will beat your dick. That was it. I mean, you're inclined to believe that these things are real, but it seems almost fake, but I guess we also live in a time where we think everything is fake. You could say beat your ass. There's nothing gay about that, apparently. This is some Gordon Ramsay thing. It's impossible to tell you have you tasted? Have a taste. I wouldn't mind doing this, but you wouldn't know what I'm watching. Even I don't know what I'm watching. This is kind of flirtatious. She's feeding, Chef Ramsay is feeding me pasta. This is like some sort of fetish fantasy. This is highly arousing. I find, what is that joke that people make on YouTube? This is easy to masturbate to, or I find this highly arousing, or whatever. Or like, I'm 12 and what is this? Or something like that. I'm 12 and this made me go through puberty again, or something. Like, what is it? Like, just, I find this oddly arousing, or there's like a line like that people would comment on all kind of unfitting videos. Yeah, like fetishes are very open-ended, so like this is a dream come true, but also a fetish, like she must be very good. So Gordon Ramsay is feeding her pasta with his bare hands. I gotta watch it again for the arousal. The way she's talking about it too, she seems so happy. And yeah, like that's what I was questioning about the Michelin stars as somebody who's not an expert on cooking. Why is Michelin giving out stars? Like, what does that have to do? Michelin is like a car company with that big inflatable white dude that looks like the puff guy from fucking Ghostbusters, right? Whatever that thing is. The big floating mascot. I don't know if that's from the same thing or something else. But that's what Michelin is about. So what the fuck does that have to do with food? And why are they giving you stars? And what? It must be the same Michelin. It could be something else, but I don't know what that means. Like, obviously it means you have a highly rated restaurant, but why are they doing it? I guess it could just be some other initiative that they like to do, but fuck off fascist. I really just wish I could see it in the other direction so then I could, like, actually tell you what I'm watching. Fuck off fascist. Let's see if this triggers some good point. I know he's not a fascist. This is the average person who uses all these buzzwords. Nobody knows what any of these fucking words mean. Like, you know, fascist. Like, who is really a fascist? Nobody. You know how you would know somebody's a fascist? Because when you call them a fascist, you would get beat up or killed, right? Like, so like Trump is a perfect example of somebody who's not a fascist. Maybe you'd say he wants to be one, but that's a whole nother extrapolation. It's like, people were able to say negative things about Trump all day, all night long while he was president. So what kind of fascist is that? Or like people called Elon Musk that on Twitter. What are the chances that a fascist would allow you to call them a fascist on their own platform? You would obviously get banned or, you know, something. Right, it basically just means you do things by force. So you force people to either obey you or keep quiet or rule by fear. Right, so I mean, like, you could say Putin is a fascist. You could say Xi Jinping is a fascist. It's hard to say that you're a fascist in countries like the U.S. Again, maybe you'd say, oh, they're aspiring to be, but that's, like, very vague. Like, oh, maybe Biden is aspiring to be. Maybe Democrats are aspiring to be. As a one-party state, anybody, you know, this is a fascist mentality. Anybody who disagrees with Democrats is a racist. You might think that's not inherently fascist itself, and people would defend that by saying, oh, well, they actually are racist, but it's a McCarthyism tactic. But as a result of that, now you see acts of violence justified. Like, we keep saying Trump is so bad and he's a threat to democracy, and we keep saying that anybody who supports him is racist, so now it leads to people acting out in extreme ways, like, oh, so it's okay if you lock him up. It's okay if you try to put him in jail, your political opponent. That's a fascist technique, to try to put your political opponents in jail or to try to kill them, or all this negative rhetoric that, you know, if it was on the other side, you'd say, oh, all this negative rhetoric led to January 6th, right? But what about all this rhetoric about Trump that led to him potentially being killed? Right, it's not the same energy that we see, and so that's the point, is that you have, I love how she at least admits it, but no, like, anybody, like, I don't even get it, because most people that you would call a fascist, like, I don't know, I think people called Ben Shapiro that, or something, I don't know who they were even calling it here. There's very few people you could call fascists, because you need a certain amount of power to even do it, right? Like, let's say even you want to be a fascist, but you're an ordinary, everyday person. You can't just do it. You know, it's a rule by force, by threat, by fear. So, again, the Democratic Party are a bunch of fascists. And I could actually say that because they've tried to imprison their political opponent. They've spewed a lot of negative rhetoric, which, at least by extrapolation, you could say has led to attempts on his life, even though I wouldn't really use that sort of long-winded logic. But trying to lock him up is a clear indication, even if you think, oh, well, no one is above the law, even though George Bush is an unconvicted war criminal or whatever, but like Epstein Island crew and all, it's just all selective the way they do things. So anybody who's our opponent, we try to lock him up, we try to disqualify. Yeah, that's a perfect example, right? An honorable person in a democracy would try to beat you, and if Trump is as bad as people say, as bad as Democrats say, then you would beat him anyway. What's the problem? You wouldn't be worried about it. But the reality is that a fascist would try to censor him from Twitter, or a fascist would try, that sounds extrapolated too, it's just a social media site, but whatever, censorship is a fascist technique, or even, again, it's not that you're trying to beat him in a debate, it's that you're trying to stop him from talking in the first place, or, again, you would see a fascist would try to do something else, like try to imprison him, lock him up, censor him. All these things are to do with fascists in such a way that, you see that more on the Democratic side. What is really the fascist thing that Republicans have done? I guess you could extrapolate on that's a feature that should come with this, is the ability to change the orientation of the screen, even if it's not exactly perfect. But, yeah, like, all those things, like censoring, trying to jail your opponent, where somebody honorable would just say, okay, I can just beat you. I don't need to lock you up, right? I'll just beat you because you're as bad as what I'm saying. So why should I need to try to disqualify you from running, right? And there would be no need for that, so... I would go by my suggested more, but sometimes they're so similar that it ends up being kind of a waste because of the simple fact that, I don't know, I will never associate so let me see what else I can watch here, but you see how objectivity, like the template, my template, absolutist objectivity would be there. And it made me realize how much of that I've founded as a principle. Like, a lot of them are my ideas. It's just like, that would be how I would explain it. Absolutist way of thinking. It just means it means a few things. Like, what is an absolutist by definition? And again, I didn't make the word, but I sort of have made the sort of thought process around it that is so committed. The idea of somebody who is like highly capable, well, that might be the result of what you observe, but it's somebody who's very consistent in what they believe. So in other words, they're called an absolutist not because they believe in absolutes, but because they don't believe in absolutes. They know there are no absolutes, so they put forth a maximum effort to control what they can and to maximize what they can do. And the highest level of importance is whether you can be consistent in your measure. So how can I explain it? Like, it doesn't matter what you do. You could be a good guy, bad guy, however you want to define it. But whatever you do, there's a respect factor. So if an absolutist decides to be a criminal, they'll be a very good criminal and they won't get caught and they'll be highly effective, right? They won't just be a rank and file ordinary. They'll do it all the way with no reservation, with full effort, full commitment. And the same thing on the other side. If you want to be, whatever you want to be, there would be like this extra effort level, everything like that. And so that's maybe not the entirely best way to explain it, but it's like you're doing everything fully or don't bother doing it all. And the biggest negative is inconsistency. Like, oh, I'm trying to do this, but it's inconvenient, or like, oh, I don't want to do it all the way. There wouldn't be a lot of these inconsistencies. Like in relationships, for example, stimuli acme, if you're going to be in a committed relationship and you decide to do that, then you would never cheat. But if more than likely an absolutist might prefer an open relationship, more intrinsic to their inherent nature. And so there wouldn't be any issue because you would just say, well, we're going to go in, this is a good way to describe the thought process, like we're going to go into this relationship not because we go in without thinking or society tells us to, but like the structure of it, but we're going to go in willingly and consciously and be fully aware as we go. So we'll say, I'm choosing to be with this one person and this one person only because this is my choice, or because it's easier for society to control, that's why it's glorified, whatever the way you would explain it. And then once you do that, then you're fully conscious, fully aware, fully willing. It wouldn't be like, oh, let's just do it without thinking, and then we'll regret it later, and then we'll cheat, right? So again, it's not saying that all absolutists are above cheating. It's that they would acknowledge the tendency and either counteract it, right? They would actively counteract it and say, okay, I'm choosing to be with one person and one person only, so I will counteract my inherent tendency to do that, and I'm well aware of it and I'm fully choosing to do it. Or I would remove the need, which is an absolutist phrase that I always use. This is like one of the core defining tenets I have. You remove the need by saying, okay, instead of restraining my inherent tendency and counteracting it, which you would be choosing to be with one person only, you could say, no, I'm going to go into the relationship saying, let's do an open relationship and we consent and we both agree, but therefore now I don't have to counteract the tendency. I can just do what I naturally, the inherent desire suggested, basically. Now I don't have to reject my inherent tendency. I can embrace it. I can just let it be what it is. And so now I've removed the need to struggle with that tendency to cheat, because now it's okay. Now it's no longer cheating, because the structure that I've created and consented to being a part of is an open relationship. So you see how that would be the preferred absolutist methodology, where you're not pretending that sort of contrivance response is actually desired, inherent, suggested, or basically just inherent, right? That would be one of the core absolutist perspectives. Like, just because something is useful or functional or a contrivance response to the inherent reality doesn't mean that it is the inherent reality. So, for example, morality is a construct, and it's just something people make up, and it's just something that you have to actively enforce through laws, etc., social norms, stigma, indoctrination, etc. So, somebody who's religious or something else might say, oh no, morals are absolute, they're inherent, they come from God, etc. Absolutists would observe maybe their usefulness, like, okay, it might be useful to have these standards for their functional basis, and a golden rule, like don't do to others what they don't want to do to you, stuff like that. But it wouldn't be that it's absolute or inherent. So that there's that stupid clip, oh, the debate lasted 52 seconds. This is a perfect example of inherent versus contrivance response. The inherent is just that all these things are made up. That doesn't mean they're not good. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do them. In fact, that means you should do them all the more, because you have to actively uphold them, whether it be social norms or laws or whatever. So that's why it's so important to realize it's not inherent, because if you thought it was inherent, then you wouldn't have to do anything, because it would just be absolute. It would just go without saying. It would be the same as like breathing the air that you breathe, the fact that you need to do it. And so the reality is that you're able to do it in such a way that you can you have this tendency of you take a false inherent. So again, the initial minded compared to the absolutist would be, people might believe, oh yeah, things are the way they are because that's the way they should be, or things are the way we want them to be, not that we contrive this state of how we want them to be in response to how they are. So an absolutist would recognize human nature tendency. There are no absolute morals. Human nature and tendency would tell you that people would do all the things that we condemn. People would kill each other. That's why we have to condemn it and stigmatize it and use law enforcement, threat of enforcement. So again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no claim made in that. You're just observing the process. And so now you know, okay, this is why we need law enforcement. So you're acknowledging the inherent reality and the contrivance response, but many people would be brainwashed in society to see, well, that's just wrong, that's just evil, that's just bad. But the reason why you say that, the reason why you're treating it that way, is because you don't want it to happen, or because it would happen otherwise if you didn't do that, right? So again, it's not a question of what should be, it's a question of what is inherently. And you might think, oh, that's not useful to consider, but it's highly useful to consider, because if you pretend like, well, that's just evil and that's just wrong, well, then I guess nobody would do it anyway, and morality is absolute. So I guess you get rid of law enforcement, don't worry about it. Instead of realizing, okay, none of that is real, that's just what we contrive in response to our inherent nature, tendency, etc. So now we have to actively uphold the contrivance response structure, which we're kind of doing anyway, but we're upholding that because we get to, now we can figure out how to best uphold it, rather than pretending we don't have to, or something, extrapolating something like that. But the bigger picture point is the simple fact that it might be a desire to bypass cognitive dissonance, because you would say, well, if we convince people that it's inherent, then they'll never question it and we'll bypass it. So the things that people are most sure of, they're sort of indoctrinated into believing as kids when they don't critically think about it, and then by the time they do, they're already too old. That's a very big question of the non-consensual social contract of the indoctrinated state and society. But beyond that, you have the simple reality that you're willing to observe that you have the simple reality that you're willing to observe the simple fact of like inherent reality. I kind of lost my train of thought. That was a lot. Oh yeah, the things people are most sure about, or the things people are most passionate about, right? They have to be so loud about it. But if it was true, or it's loud, or passionate, or undue emphasis, or positive, right? They have to be that way, because not because it's so, but because it's not. They're trying to create the appearance. If something is simply true and accurate and valued and present, etc., you could just be as dry and cold and monotone and basic and non-emphasis as possible, because it would speak for itself. So you wouldn't need to place special emphasis on it. You could just do it, because you could just do it, period. Right? So or it would just, again, speak for itself. So the fact that you have to do that is it's okay, so today I'm going to watch random sort of stuff on YouTube, and the way that I can do that is, sort of just randomly, whatever I feel like, but we do have YouTube Premium, so we won't see any ads, I guess, ever. The problem is I won't really know the difference. It should have like a counter even in the background that's like, oh, you know, this is how many ads you skipped. It shouldn't say it as you're doing it, because that would get annoying. Like, oh, this would have been an ad, but it was skipped. But it should be like, you know, that would constitute an ad, I guess, for something you're already subscribed to, just fluffing it up that you're able to, you know, do that. But the reality is that you're able to just sort of watch random things, and I don't have to worry about ads. And I was almost tempted to watch like one of those, what is a man, what is a woman, but like unless it's up there in full, or again, that's the one best business move if it's not already the case in some way that I can't figure out. Like show me like certain things that are free, certain movies and certain selections and shows or whatever, even if it keeps changing, where by subscribing to YouTube Premium, you don't only get the features they give you, but you also get access to hundreds of movies and TV shows, and, you know, something like that as a bonus, that they could sweeten the deal. Then it would seem legitimate, because then, oh, it's like a streaming service too, and you get to watch all these free movies on rotation every month, different ones, they keep changing, right? I understand that might be difficult for them to do, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. So the angle of this sometimes isn't exactly right. I can't tell how much that really affects it, but you would be able to you would be able to basically do it in such a way that, there's like a sick psychological thing too with all this, like, oh, you're watching murder trials and you're watching, whatever for entertainment, like pranks or breakups or like real breakups caught on camera. It seems like you're sadistic and you're a freak, or like you're watching scary videos, you're watching creepy people on a doorbell camera. Like there is sort of a weird thing that it brings out. Like, why do you like these things in the first place when they're arguably disturbing and arguably, whatever you want to try to explain it, right? It does show something. You might say, oh, well, it's just entertainment, but there is like a deeper element, like not whether you should do it at all, like you're not a bad person for doing it, but it's a question of like, is it really what you should be doing with your time? And of course most people don't think about it. You're just doing it just because you feel like doing it. But that's the philosophy too. Even if I practice folly favoritism, which is just like entertainment, escapism, whatever, this would be the absolutist measure. Not only are you, I guess, in some form reacting to it, making content out of it, which is dumb, but in other words, what you're doing, that it would reflect in a positive way. Even if you're doing something lowest common denominator, folly, favoritism, escapism, you are able to basically do it in such a way that you would take it so seriously that you would get super immersed. So it's like, oh, you don't just watch movies, you review them, or you get so immersed that you're analyzing them and getting deeply, deeply engaged. You're not just watching just to watch. You're either super invested, fully invested, full experience, everything that you do, you should experience fully, or don't bother at all, self-actualize, everything like that. And so whether it be a movie, whether it be a game, whether, become an esports player, don't just play, like you're taking everything to the fullest extent. So even the reaction element is kind of stupid, but it's like, if I'm deeply, fully analyzing something, it might actually be very insightful, and it might actually have some pretty noteworthy things in there, and that might be fully understandable because you're able to do it in such a way that you can appreciate. And so this one, I sort of just, it's like a short that just opened as soon as I opened YouTube. I don't think I even clicked on it, maybe by accident. And the problem with these shorts is they'll play like sort of vertical, so when the phone is horizontal, I can't even see it properly, but it's like road rage escalated quickly, saved the day, something like this. People to fight. Let's just see what it is. I should just watch a whole bunch of shorts, but the problem is I won't be your fucking dick. I will beat your dick. That was it. I mean, you're inclined to believe that these things are real, but it seems almost fake, but I guess we also live in a time where we think everything is fake. You could say beat your ass. There's nothing gay about that, apparently. This is some Gordon Ramsay thing. It's impossible to tell you have you tasted? Have a taste. I wouldn't mind doing this, but you wouldn't know what I'm watching. Even I don't know what I'm watching. This is kind of flirtatious. She's feeding, Chef Ramsay is feeding me pasta. This is like some sort of fetish fantasy. This is highly arousing. I find, what is that joke that people make on YouTube? This is easy to masturbate to, or I find this highly arousing, or whatever. Or like, I'm 12 and what is this? Or something like that. I'm 12 and this made me go through puberty again, or something. Like, what is it? Like, just, I find this oddly arousing, or there's like a line like that people would comment on all kind of unfitting videos. Yeah, like fetishes are very open-ended. So like, this is a dream come true, but also a fetish, like she must be very good. So Gordon Ramsay is feeding her pasta with his bare hands. I gotta watch it again for the arousal. The way she's talking about it too, she seems so happy. And yeah, like that's what I was questioning about the Michelin stars as somebody who's not an expert on cooking. Why is Michelin giving out stars? Like, what does that have to do? Michelin is like a car company with that big inflatable white dude that looks like the puff guy from fucking Ghostbusters, right? Whatever that thing is. The big floating mascot. I don't know if that's from the same thing or something else. But that's what Michelin is about. So what the fuck does that have to do with food? And why are they giving you stars? And what? It must be the same Michelin. It could be something else, but I don't know what that means. Like, obviously it means you have a highly rated restaurant, but why are they doing it? I guess it could just be some other initiative that they like to do, but fuck off fascist. I really just wish I could see it in the other direction so then I could, like, actually tell you what I'm watching. Fuck off fascist. Let's see if this triggers some good point. I know he's not a fascist. This is the average person who uses all these buzzwords. Nobody knows what any of these fucking words mean. Like, you know, fascist. Like, who is really a fascist? Nobody. You know how you would know somebody's a fascist? Because when you call them a fascist, you would get beat up or killed, right? Like Trump is a perfect example of somebody who's not a fascist. Maybe you'd say he wants to be one, but that's a whole nother extrapolation. It's like, people were able to say negative things about Trump all day, all night long while he was president. So what kind of fascist is that? Or like people called Elon Musk that on Twitter. What are the chances that a fascist would allow you to call them a fascist on their own platform? You would obviously get banned or, you know, something. Right, it basically just means you do things by force. So you force people to either obey you or keep quiet or rule by fear. Right, so I mean, like, you could say Putin is a fascist. You could say Xi Jinping is a fascist. It's hard to say that you're a fascist in countries like the U.S. Again, maybe you'd say, oh, they're aspiring to be, but that's, like, very vague. Like, oh, maybe Biden is aspiring to be. Maybe Democrats are aspiring to be as a one-party state. Anybody, you know, this is a fascist mentality. Anybody who disagrees with Democrats is a racist. You might think that's not inherently fascist itself, and people would defend that by saying, oh, well, they actually are racist, but it's a McCarthyism tactic. But as a result of that, now you see acts of violence justified. Like, we keep saying Trump is so bad and he's a threat to democracy, and we keep saying that anybody who supports him is racist, so now it leads to people acting out in extreme ways, like, oh, so it's okay if you lock him up. It's okay if you try to put him in jail, your political opponent. That's a fascist technique, to try to put your political opponents in jail or to try to kill them, or all this negative rhetoric that, you know, if it was on the other side, you'd say, oh, all this negative rhetoric led to January 6th, right? But what about all this rhetoric about Trump that led to him potentially being killed? Right, it's not the same energy that we see, and so that's the point, is that you have, I love how she at least admits it, but no, like, anybody, like, I don't even get it, because most people that you would call a fascist, like, I don't know, I think people called Ben Shapiro that, or something, I don't know who they're even calling it here. There's very few people you could call fascists, because you need a certain amount of power to even do it, right? Like, let's say even you want to be a fascist, but you're an ordinary, everyday person. You can't just do it. You know, it's a rule by force, by threat, by fear. So, again, the Democratic Party are a bunch of fascists. And I could actually say that because they've tried to imprison their political opponent. They've spewed a lot of negative rhetoric, which, at least by extrapolation, you could say has led to attempts on his life, even though I wouldn't really use that sort of long-winded logic. But trying to lock him up is a clear indication, even if you think, oh, well, no one is above the law, even though George Bush is an unconvicted war criminal or whatever, but like Epstein Island crew and all, it's just all selective the way they do things. So anybody who's our opponent, we try to lock him up, we try to disqualify. Yeah, that's a perfect example, right? An honorable person in a democracy would try to beat you, and if Trump is as bad as people say, as bad as Democrats say, then you would beat him anyway. What's the problem? You wouldn't be worried about it. But the reality is that a fascist would try to censor him from Twitter, or a fascist would try, that sounds extrapolated too, it's just a social media site, but whatever, censorship is a fascist technique, or even, again, it's not that you're trying to beat him in a debate, it's that you're trying to stop him from talking in the first place, or, again, you would see a fascist would try to do something else, like try to imprison him, lock him up, censor him. All these things are to do with fascists in such a way that, you see that more on the Democratic side. What is really the fascist thing that Republicans have done? I guess you could extrapolate on that's a feature that should come with this, is the ability to change the orientation of the screen, even if it's not exactly perfect. But, yeah, like, all those things, like censoring, trying to jail your opponent, right? Somebody honorable would just say, okay, I can just beat you. I don't need to lock you up, right? I'll just beat you because you're as bad as what I'm saying. So why should I need to try to disqualify you from running, right? And there would be no need for that, so... I would go by my suggested more, but sometimes they're so similar that it ends up being kind of a waste because of the simple fact that, I don't know, I will never associate So let me see what else I can watch here, but you see how objectivity, like the template, my template, absolutist objectivity would be there. And it made me realize how much of that I've founded as a principle. Like, a lot of them are my ideas. It's just like that would be how I would explain it. Absolutist way of thinking. It just means it means a few things, like, what is an absolutist by definition? And again, I didn't make the word, but I sort of have made the sort of thought process around it that is so committed. The idea of somebody who is like highly capable, well, that might be the result of what you observe, but it's somebody who's very consistent in what they believe. So in other words, they're called an absolutist not because they believe in absolutes, but because they don't believe in absolutes. They know there are no absolutes, so they put forth a maximum effort to control what they can and to maximize what they can do, and the highest level of importance is whether you can be consistent in your measure. So how can I explain it? Like, it doesn't matter what you do. You could be a good guy, bad guy, however you want to define it, but whatever you do, there's a respect factor. So if an absolutist decides to be a criminal, they'll be a very good criminal and they won't get caught and they'll be highly effective, right? They won't just be a rank and file ordinary. They'll do it all the way with no reservation, with full effort, full commitment. And the same thing on the other side. If you want to be, whatever you want to be, there would be like this extra effort level, everything like that. And so that's maybe not the entirely best way to explain it, but it's like you're doing everything fully or don't bother doing it all. And the biggest negative is inconsistency, like, I'm trying to do this, but it's inconvenient, or like, I don't want to do it all the way. There wouldn't be a lot of these inconsistencies. Like in relationships, for example, stimuli acme, if you're going to be in a committed relationship and you decide to do that, then you would never cheat. But if more than likely an absolutist might prefer an open relationship, more intrinsic to their inherent nature, and so there wouldn't be any issue because you would just say, well, we're going to go in, this is a good way to describe the thought process, like, we're going to go into this relationship not because we go in without thinking or society tells us to, but like the structure of it, but we're going to go in willingly and consciously and be fully aware as we go. So we'll say, I'm choosing to be with this one person and this one person only because this is my choice, or because it's easier for society to control, that's why it's glorified, whatever the way you would explain it. And then once you do that, then you're fully conscious, fully aware, fully willing. It wouldn't be like, oh, let's just do it without thinking, and then we'll regret it later, and then we'll cheat, right? So again, it's not saying that all absolutists are above cheating. It's that they would acknowledge the tendency and either counteract it, right? They would actively counteract it and say, okay, I'm choosing to be with one person and one person only, so I will counteract my inherent tendency to do that, and I'm well aware of it and I'm fully choosing to do it. Or I would remove the need, which is an absolutist phrase that I always use. This is like one of the core defining tenets I have. You remove the need by saying, okay, instead of restraining my inherent tendency and counteracting it, which you would be choosing to be with one person only, you could say, no, I'm going to go into the relationship saying, let's do an open relationship and we consent and we both agree, but therefore now I don't have to counteract the tendency. I can just do what I naturally, the inherent desire suggested, basically. Now I don't have to reject my inherent tendency. I can embrace it. I can just let it be what it is. And so now I've removed the need to struggle with that tendency to cheat, because now it's okay. Now it's no longer cheating, because the structure that I've created and consented to being a part of is an open relationship. So you see how that would be the preferred absolutist methodology, where you're not pretending that contrivance response is actually desired, inherent, suggested, or basically just inherent, right? That would be one of the core absolutist perspectives. Like, just because something is useful or functional or a contrivance response to the inherent reality doesn't mean that it is the inherent reality. So, for example, morality is a construct, and it's just something people make up, and it's just something that you have to actively enforce through laws, etc., social norms, stigma, indoctrination, etc. So, somebody who's religious or something else might say, oh no, morals are absolute, they're inherent, they come from God, etc. Absolutists would observe maybe their usefulness, like, okay, it might be useful to have these standards for their functional basis, and a golden rule, like don't do to others what they don't want to do to you, stuff like that. But it wouldn't be that it's absolute or inherent. So that there's that stupid clip, oh, the debate lasted 52 seconds. This is a perfect example of inherent versus contrivance response. The inherent is just that all these things are made up. That doesn't mean they're not good. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do them. In fact, that means you should do them all the more, because you have to actively uphold them, whether it be social norms or laws or whatever. So that's why it's so important to realize it's not inherent, because if you thought it was inherent, then you wouldn't have to do anything, because it would just be absolute. It would just go without saying. It would be the same as like breathing the air that you breathe, the fact that you need to do it. And so the reality is that you're able to do it in such a way that you can you have this tendency of you take a false inherent. So again, the initial minded compared to the absolutist would be, people might believe, oh yeah, things are the way they are because that's the way they should be, or things are the way we want them to be, not that we contrive this state of how we want them to be in response to how they are. So an absolutist would recognize human nature tendency. There are no absolute morals. Human nature and tendency would tell you that people would do all the things that we condemn. People would kill each other. That's why we have to condemn it and stigmatize it and use law enforcement, threat of enforcement. So again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no claim made in that. You're just observing the process. And so now you know, okay, this is why we need law enforcement. So you're acknowledging the inherent reality and the contrivance response, but many people would be brainwashed in society to see, well, that's just wrong, that's just evil, that's just bad. But the reason why you say that, the reason why you're treating it that way, is because you don't want it to happen, or because it would happen otherwise if you didn't do that, right? So again, it's not a question of what should be, it's a question of what is inherently. And you might think, oh, that's not useful to consider, but it's highly useful to consider, because if you pretend like, well, that's just evil and that's just wrong, well, then I guess nobody would do it anyway, and morality is absolute. So I guess you get rid of law enforcement, don't worry about it, instead of realizing, okay, none of that is real, that's just what we contrive in response to our inherent nature, tendency, etc. So now we have to actively uphold the contrivance response structure, which we're kind of doing anyway, but we're upholding that because we get to, now we can figure out how to best uphold it, rather than pretending we don't have to, or something, extrapolating something like that. But the bigger picture point is the simple fact that it might be a desire to bypass cognitive dissonance, because you would say, well, if we convince people that it's inherent, then they'll never question it and will bypass it. So the things that people are most sure of, they're sort of indoctrinated into believing as kids when they don't critically think about it, and then by the time they do, they're already too old. That's a very big question of the non-consensual social contract of the indoctrinated state in society. But beyond that, you have the simple reality that you're willing to observe that you have the simple reality that you're willing to observe the simple fact of like inherent reality. I kind of lost my train of thought. That was a lot. Oh yeah, the things people are most sure about, or the things people are most passionate about, right? They have to be so loud about it. But if it was true, or it's loud, or passionate, or undue emphasis, or positive, right? They have to be that way, because not because it's so, but because it's not. They're trying to create the appearance. If something is simply true and accurate and valued and present, etc., you could just be as dry and cold and monotone and basic and non-emphasis as possible, because it would speak for itself. So you wouldn't need to place special emphasis on it. You could just do it, because you could just do it, period. Right? So or it would just, again, speak for itself. So the fact that you have to do that is itself inherently bad, because of the simple fact that, again, those who are loudest and seemingly most passionate about it, oh, they're loud and they're yelling and they're screaming, not because they actually fully believe it, but because they're, I don't know how to explain it, like they're most easily influenced, and they're sort of just overcompensating for reason with passion, or just regurgitating and again, full of sound and fury signifying nothing, or something along those lines of like, just, passionately believing something they only heard about 5 minutes ago, like the whole woke idea, or something along the lines of, that's why objective reason will cut through a lot of, you'll be on, one side, the other side. I don't care about the sides, I care about, are you actually using your brain? So I'd be critical of both sides, and they would both accuse me of being on the other side, but it's not false duality. That doesn't work on me, but they'll still use it, and for them it'll be satisfactory. But this whole notion, like, if you don't vote against somebody, you're somehow, like, obligated to vote against them. Like, there's no such thing as voting against somebody, right? There's only a such thing as voting for somebody, so you should have a little bit of faith and belief in what you're doing, who you're voting for, right? So when you're voting for somebody, don't focus on, I'm focusing on Trump. Oh, that means you're voting for him? No, that means I'm voting against him. But then it wouldn't matter who you're voting for then. You should focus on who you're actually voting for, because it goes without saying that it's not Trump at that point. And so the other point with that is, again, the loudest voice often has the need to overcompensate or something like that, the fact that it has to do it, and performative aspects. And the other point is the simple fact that you have the ability to the things that people believe most passionately and are so sure of and think that they go without saying are actually not because they're so, but because they're not. In other words, like whether it be God or religion or morality or something like that, they wouldn't even think about it. It goes without saying. They would say, and if you were to make them aware of it, they would scoff at it like, oh, of course, why would you even, broach the subject? But the reality is that that's a bypassing of thought and critical thinking. It doesn't mean it's actually true. It actually means it's not true. So in other words, the things that people seem to believe most firmly, it's not because they've thought about it reasonably, but because they don't. So in other words, they're able to believe it so fully because they haven't thought about it. And in other words, that's one of the precepts of believing it. Like, one of the parts of religion is you just can't question it. or that's heresy, or that's, anything like that. So now you have, that's somehow a bad thing, because you get to, in other words, you won't really be able to question it. You just have to believe it. If it was true, you could just know it. So with belief, it's like you bypass the accountability, or you bypass. So one of the core tenets of a belief system is to not question it, or to not think about it rationally. So again, it's easy to believe something when you don't think about it, and that's one of the parts of the belief system. Instead of, you should be able to scrutinize it as much as you want, and it would hold up to it, and it would be fine. And beyond that, you have the simple ability to realize that you're basically trying to, again, the reason why people believe it so passionately, or the things they believe most firmly, is actually based on the simple reality of, again, things that, in other words, they don't think about it, not because, it goes without saying, so it's obvious. The real reason why that impression is given, like, it's, you don't even need to think about it. It goes without saying. It goes without thinking. It's just second nature. Not because that is true, but because it's not true. In other words, any amount of thought or critical thinking would invalidate it completely. You'd realize, morality is just a construct. You'd realize, God is just made up. You'd realize all these things if you thought about it. So the fact that, it's second nature, goes without saying, is actually a tell that you wouldn't need to think like that. If it really did go without saying, then you could just, you wouldn't need to believe it. It would just go, it would just be self-evident, but also you wouldn't have this little phony thing of like, I'm gonna it's so obvious it goes without saying. But again, you're only doing that because, again, not that, I don't need to think about it because it's so obvious, but because it's so contrived that if I did think about it, that would be a threat to it, and I wouldn't be able to believe it anymore. Let's go ahead and try to watch something here. Hell's Kitchen Season 23. What the fuck? Shrink Blasting. This is the other guy here. This is pretty addictive. I haven't watched the whole fucking thing. The whole trial. This is Jodi Arias trial, day 35, Shrink Blasting, part 3 of 3. No sidebars, starting in 3, 2, 1. This is just so fun to do as an infinite fount of content. It's not the sort of thing I thought I would do, but the biggest thing is the way I would present it on YouTube. If I had more time or something, I wanted to succeed like this, though. I want to get like 1,000 subscribers doing it like this, because some of the takes and things I'm actually saying in here are actually quite good. Wait, it must get around to that, Shrink Blasting, because obviously this is a defense witness, but the defense is asking. Like in the military, they're trained or something. She's actually not bad, though. See, people make fun, but what do you expect her to do? Nurmi was doing Jodi herself. You'd like to think, there's defense, there's prosecution within the witness's objective, but often they're not. Fight or flight response. if you planned out the murder, you're less likely to experience that. She didn't seem to like that answer, though. Yeah, let's feel bad for her that she has PTSD over killing Travis. So this is showing that she wasn't trying to fake it. It could be that they're just making it up, though. This could hurt them, too. They just decided to make it up with the defense team. I mean, she's not bad, actually. Yeah, she doesn't like that statistic either. She's trying to discredit her own witness. Oh, here we go. Fetish time is hypnosis. He's going on like too long. Oh, to use it on the police, not to interrogate them. That was a long-ass run-on answer. So, like Juan must have been bringing this up to try to discredit him, but that's not what he was doing with her. No, I want to see it the other way. I want to see fetish count too. I want to see the sister sort of interrogating her because the sister's a cop. Juan, Travis's sister, but also Jodi hypnotizing the doctor to give her a positive evaluation, or the police. right? That would be fetish count too. It's just like a power thing that people would, I'm sure, find very appealing in a fantasy setting. My psychology interest comes out. But it comes down to their interpretation, like the Supreme Court. We might be using the same criteria, but we view it differently. It does sort of discredit it, though, because you're giving them a certain benefit of the doubt that they're not lying. If it matches with other collateral data and context, like Alice Laviolette. I want to see that portion. Who is that guy where he says, did you go to the Alice Laviolette School of... This is like the first part of the defense cross defense examination that I've really watched. Right, because it's more fun to see Martinez do it. Let me skip ahead to... So... We're at 20:45, starting in 3, 2, 1. Yes or no? It's a change. You only disclosed one of those changes, didn't you? See, that was a good objection. They weren't disclosed to begin with. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but she got sustained, so that means she's doing a good job, despite the comments talking shit about the defense. Maximum 17. He's getting non-responsive. Oh yeah, he was like fumbling through his documents like a million times. That was pretty funny. He's like fumbling for several minutes and then he can't even find it at all. But yeah, if somebody lies in therapy, how do you address it? And the way you address it is by... it's hard because you sort of do have to take them at their word to a degree. So it does become very difficult to assess that. Not concerned with it because why? These doctors really don't like answering yes or no, ever. No more problems than you. That should be admonished. Oh shit. This is argumentative though. That's like, have you performed a diagnostic test on the prosecutor? So how would you know? I have no more memory problems than you. At least I got shut down pretty quickly, but I think I've seen that in comments. People like that line. That's his one catchphrase. I'm not asking you if you... That could just be like human compassion that you generally have. Not... No, but let me try to figure that answer out myself as a psychology expert. What would I do if somebody was lying? I would take that into account. I guess you should be able to identify the lie and the pattern behind the lie. Yeah, you could just say it on a basic human level, like I'm just a nice guy. No, I want to see more of those like celebrity freakout things, though. Those were pretty fun. Like Christian Bale's is kind of addictive to listen to. But this is very entertaining. Not really sympathy in a way that I would treat them. I'm sympathetic to all my patients. The fact that they have to be here in the first place. I'm just... You should probably remember at least that much given being here to testify. But no, I'd like to think these people at least believe what they're saying, even if you want to... Even if you want to try to discredit them, they likely believe... They likely believe what they're saying to the extent that... they're not just doing it because, the defense paid them. The reason why the defense chose them is because they already would have made these arguments. Alice Laviolette, and people try to accuse Laviolette of she hates men, so she's trying to take the woman's side. I'm not sure what this guy's motive is. I don't know who the third guy is with the mustache. That's just basic human. Now he brings up the... the way he talks itself sounds argumentative, or the way that he gets away with a lot in this trial that you wouldn't normally get away with. I'll just say that. He'll do a lot of weird things. In fact, when he goes on these tangents, did I ask you that? That's not really a valid line of questioning. Did I ask you? Did I ask you? That's more up to the... Rule by omission. Let's explain that. Basic concept from my debate format. This is good to try to discredit him. Sacrosanct, good word. Makes it sound so small and insignificant, those letters and numbers. He did say let's go by Webster's definition. Okay, so today let me resolve that same discussion I was having a little bit yesterday that I've said many times before, but it's a very important take. It's sort of the false duality of gender, right? So you have on one side, whatever you want to call it, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, this kind of side, right? You would have some very firm claims. And then the other side will be like more the trans side itself, right? Here's the issue of false duality where one side sort of creates the other, and there's basically fallacies with both. And that issue is the simple fact that you have the ability to look at it from the perspective that what do you call it? Just like, okay, so they might say, right, the one side will say, okay, gender is biology and that's sort of an absolute, and so they're correct on that basis alone, right, biology. But the problem is they'll take it one step further. So biology means like your body parts, your physiology, etc. That is very clear, right? So biologically you can say, yes, somebody is male or female. But they'll take it a step too far and they'll say now, okay, certain behaviors, certain tendencies, certain you can wear this, you can't wear that, you can do this, you can't do that, certain preconceived notions, stereotypes, etc. Where does it say in biology that, a man can wear, like a woman can wear high heels but a man can't? Right? That would have more to do with height, and maybe on average you would point to, well, women on average are shorter, but that still has nothing to do with it. Like, so in other words, if a man is short, they can wear it. It has nothing to do with male or female. So there's all these cultural stereotypes that are very rigid and narrow that people would insist upon that, you have to, certain behaviors and preconceived notions and dressing, like makeup or nail polish, or where does biology say you can't do those things? Or that only women can do them and not men? Where does it say that? Just because society likes to sexualize women so much and acts like, okay, their appearance is more important, right? Just because society wants to sexualize one gender over the other does not inherently have anything to do with biology, right? You could say, well, the fact that women are more perceptibly, like that in terms of whatever, they have certain body parts that are considered more physically attractive or inherently are considered more physically attractive, and you could say that is biological, but again, that's still a societal stereotype that women are more sexualized, as if that's a good thing even. Like, you can sexualize anybody if you really want, but I'm saying just because society is still subject to the stimuli acme and is obsessed with sex and tends to prefer sexualizing women more so than men, therefore we should adhere to this. Like, none of that is based in biology, right? Just the fact that, okay, whether it be clothing, high heels, where does it say in biology, just because you happen to be born male rather than female or vice versa, that, it's not acceptable to wear this certain type of clothing, or you can wear nail polish or lipstick or heels, right? That has actually nothing to do with biology at all, right? Biology would say more so that there's nothing that says you have to wear anything at all. You could be objective nudist colony, like that. So first of all, none of that matters, but this rigid structure that, only women can do these things. Again, where is the link between any of those things that are superficial, etc.? Where is the link to any of those things within where is the link to any of those things within biology from the perspective that it would be some sort of superficial notion, right? Like, for example, again, nail polish, what does that have to do with male or female? Nothing, aside from maybe that, again, perceptible, sexualized visual element. What does lipstick have to do with it? Again, anybody can wear lipstick. What does, again, sexualized element notwithstanding, what does high heels have to do with it? That would have more to do with height. What do other kinds of clothing have to do with it? Nothing. The only functional basis to do with gender would be the brassiere, like a bra, if you're saying, okay, women have that body part and men don't, on average, more so than, larger size. There are such things as man boobs, but whatever. Like, there at least there's a functional basis to say, okay, men won't wear that because they don't have that same size of body part on average, but that would be the only one. Every other part, every other piece of clothing, superficial basis, makeup, etc., really has nothing to do with anything. So it's just like a preconceived stereotype, or at best what you're doing is just a correlation, like, oh, the majority of women, or on average women, are shorter than men, so therefore high heels, but that doesn't have anything to do with the individual basis or the overall gender. Like, if you're a short man, then you can wear high heels, or that means if you're a tall woman, you can't wear them. So the functional basis is still not gender. If you want to even make like a correlation that, okay, you know what I mean, like there's something more or less significant to do with that. And beyond that, you also have the ability to consider that, right? So that's where they take it too far and they associate it with things that have nothing to do with it. And you might say, oh, this is somehow me injecting myself, like arguing for it, like, oh, I'm advocating for men to wear those things or whatever. I'm not saying, my perspective would be more, if you want to personalize it, which is totally irrelevant to the objective sort of criteria I'm using, but I'd be more like absolutist minimalist, where again, I could point to that nudist colony standard that you don't even have to wear anything at all, or none of these things have even matter, period, rather than mattering in terms of gender. So I'd be a little beyond that. But so in other words, you don't have to wear anything at all. You don't have to have any acknowledgement of it strictly on the functional basis, like, oh, men are more physically imposing on average than women, but that only really matters in physical labor. That really only matters in like sports, if you want to divide them. So that sort of biological advantage could be relevant. But other than that, I'm just talking about more of the superficial basis, or again, other standards that you would say, well, you can do this, you can't do this, you should do this, you shouldn't do that, based on, again, biological gender doesn't say any of that. At most, you could even point to just an overlap, like, okay, well, on average, men are taller, or on average, men are more physically imposing, so therefore, on average, they're going to probably end up doing physical labor more, or being better at sports only at the highest level. Like, that may be fair to say, but that doesn't have anything to do with all the other stereotypes I'm talking about. And then we can go to the other side and look at that and say, well, you have the simple ability to, again, why? So again, they take it too far instead of simply stopping a biological gender, and then the other side will take it too far a different way, that, again, there's a desire to break away or not be defined by these sort of rigid structure and societal stereotypes, so that creates this desire to break away. But the problem is, there's often this standard of you're not breaking away from this false duality or these definitions, you're simply playing into them all the more. So you think like, okay, if you're male and there's certain things you want to do that aren't associated with society's rigid preconceived notions about being male, now you'll try to be, now instead of just saying, okay, gender doesn't matter, again, this is the absolutist perspective, something more minimalist, objective, rather than some false duality, you'll say, okay, I want to do things that aren't associated with being male, so now I'm going to identify as a woman, right, or change to a woman, whatever. But the problem with that is you're not going beyond those stereotypes. Then you're simply saying those stereotypes are correct, and the only way I can do these things is by becoming a woman. So in other words, what society says about men is correct, what society says about women is correct and absolute, all these stereotypes and preconceived notions. But so the way to solve it is just, if I feel like doing something that's not associated by society with a man, I'll become a woman, and that solves the problem. Right now I can do those things that I would want, but you're still playing into it because those things are not a function of being men or women. They're just preferences that society has, this context that they try to put. Okay, so today let me resolve that same discussion I was having a little bit yesterday that I've said many times before, but it's a very important take. It's sort of the false duality of gender, right? So you have on one side, whatever you want to call it, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, this kind of side, right? You would have some very firm claims. And then the other side will be like more of the trans side itself, right? Here's the issue of false duality where one side sort of creates the other, and there's basically fallacies with both. And that issue is the simple fact that you have the ability to look at it from the perspective that what do you call it? Just like, okay, so they might say, right, the one side will say, okay, gender is biology and that's sort of an absolute, and so they're correct on that basis alone, right, biology. But the problem is they'll take it one step further. So biology means like your body parts, your physiology, etc. That is very clear, right? So biologically you can say, yes, somebody is male or female. But they'll take it a step too far and they'll say now, okay, certain behaviors, certain tendencies, certain you can wear this, you can't wear that, you can do this, you can't do that, certain preconceived notions, stereotypes, etc. Where does it say in biology that, a man can wear, like a woman can wear high heels but a man can't? Right? That would have more to do with height, and maybe on average you would point to, well, women on average are shorter, but that still has nothing to do with it. Like, so in other words, if a man is short, they can wear it. It has nothing to do with male or female. So there's all these cultural stereotypes that are very rigid and narrow that people would insist upon that, you have to, certain behaviors and preconceived notions and dressing, like makeup or nail polish, or where does biology say you can't do those things? Or that only women can do them and not men? Where does it say that? Just because society likes to sexualize women so much and acts like, okay, their appearance is more important, right? Just because society wants to sexualize one gender over the other does not inherently have anything to do with biology, right? You could say, well, the fact that women are more perceptibly, like that in terms of whatever, they have certain body parts that are considered more physically attractive or inherently are considered more physically attractive, and you could say that is biological, but again, that's still a societal stereotype that women are more sexualized, as if that's a good thing even. Like, you can sexualize anybody if you really want, but I'm saying just because society is still subject to the stimuli acme and is obsessed with sex and tends to prefer sexualizing women more so than men, therefore we should adhere to this. Like, none of that is based in biology, right? Just the fact that, okay, whether it be clothing, high heels, where does it say in biology, just because you happen to be born male rather than female or vice versa, that, it's not acceptable to wear this certain type of clothing, or you can wear nail polish or lipstick or heels, right? That has actually nothing to do with biology at all, right? Biology would say more so that there's nothing that says you have to wear anything at all. You could be objective, nudist colony, like that. So first of all, none of that matters, but this rigid structure that, only women can do these things. Again, where is the link between any of those things that are superficial, etc.? Where is the link to any of those things within biology from the perspective that it would be some sort of superficial notion, right? Like, for example, again, nail polish, what does that have to do with male or female? Nothing, aside from maybe that, again, perceptible, sexualized visual element. What does lipstick have to do with it? Again, anybody can wear lipstick. What does, again, sexualized element notwithstanding, what does high heels have to do with it? That would have more to do with height. What do other kinds of clothing have to do with it? Nothing. The only functional basis to do with gender would be the brassiere, like a bra, if you're saying, okay, women have that body part and men don't, on average, more so than, larger size. There are such things as man boobs, but whatever. Like, there at least there's a functional basis to say, okay, men won't wear that because they don't have that same size of body part on average, but that would be the only one. Every other part every other piece of clothing, superficial basis, makeup, etc., really has nothing to do with anything. So it's just like a preconceived stereotype, or at best what you're doing is just a correlation, like, oh, the majority of women, or on average women, are shorter than men, so therefore high heels, but that doesn't have anything to do with the individual basis or the overall gender. Like, if you're a short man, then you can wear high heels, or that means if you're a tall woman, you can't wear them. So the functional basis is still not gender. If you want to even make like a correlation that, okay, you know what I mean, like there's something more or less significant to do with that. And beyond that, you also have the ability to consider that, right? So that's where they take it too far and they associate it with things that have nothing to do with it. And you might say, oh, this is somehow me injecting myself, like arguing for it, like, oh, I'm advocating for people, that men, to wear those things or whatever. I'm not saying, my perspective would be more, if you want to personalize it, which is totally irrelevant to the objective sort of criteria I'm using, but I'd be more like absolutist minimalist, where again, I could point to that nudist colony standard that you don't even have to wear anything at all, or none of these things have even matter, period, rather than mattering in terms of gender. So I'd be a little beyond that. But so in other words, you don't have to wear anything at all. You don't have to have any acknowledgement of it strictly on the functional basis, like, oh, men are more physically imposing on average than women, but that only really matters in physical labor. That really only matters in like sports, if you want to divide them. So that sort of biological advantage could be relevant. But other than that, I'm just talking about more of the superficial basis, or again, other standards that you would say, well, you can do this, you can't do this, you should do this, you shouldn't do that, based on, again, biological gender doesn't say any of that. At most, you could even point to just an overlap, like, okay, well, on average, men are taller, or on average, men are more physically imposing, so therefore, on average, they're going to probably end up doing physical labor more, or being better at sports only at the highest level. Like, that may be fair to say, but that doesn't have anything to do with all the other stereotypes I'm talking about. And then we can go to the other side and look at that and say, well, you have the simple ability to, again, why? So again, they take it too far instead of simply stopping a biological gender, and then the other side will take it too far a different way, that, again, there's a desire to break away or not be defined by these sort of rigid structure and societal stereotypes. So that creates this desire to break away. But the problem is, there's often this standard of you're not breaking away from this false duality or these definitions, you're simply playing into them all the more. So you think like, okay, if you're male and there's certain things you want to do that aren't associated with society's rigid preconceived notions about being male, now you'll try to be, now instead of just saying, okay, gender doesn't matter, again, this is the absolutist perspective, something more minimalist, objective, rather than some false duality, you'll say, okay, I want to do things that aren't associated with being male, so now I'm going to identify as a woman, right, or change to a woman, whatever. But the problem with that is you're not going beyond those stereotypes. Then you're simply saying those stereotypes are correct, and the only way I can do these things is by becoming a woman. So in other words, what society says about men is correct, what society says about women is correct and absolute, all these stereotypes and preconceived notions. But so the way to solve it is just, oh, if I feel like doing something that's not associated by society with a man, I'll become a woman, and that solves the problem. Right now I can do those things that I would want. But you're still playing into it because those things are not a function of being men or women. They're just preferences that society has, this context that they try to put, like, well, we're going to associate it with that. So you're still actually being, sort of this term non-binary and stuff. You're still being a slave and a subject to that duality. It's just a question of, oh, you're switching from one to the other to try to, oh, well, now it's acceptable by society's rigid standards that I can do this thing because I now I'm going to play into the female stereotype. So, oh, now I can wear high heels and lipstick and makeup because now I identify as a woman. You're still missing the point, right? You're still playing into society's false duality that, oh, only men can do this, only women can do this, and we're defining them as structured way, right? You're not realizing that, again, one side is creating the other, that you have all these rigid stereotypes, and then you're going to subvert them and say, well, I don't want to be controlled by the rigid stereotypes, so I'm still going to play into them, but I'm going to try to bypass the fact of, I'm going to try to bypass the fact that you're able to, you have all these rigid stereotypes about men. That's so wrong. That's so unfair. Also, in order to practice the things that I want to practice, I'm going to become a woman. So in other words, I'm still acknowledging, your stereotypes are right. The issue isn't your stereotypes about male and female. The issue is that I'm a male instead of a female. In other words, the issue is my identity because it doesn't match with society's rigid stereotypes, not the fact that you have them in the first place, right? So you'll say your solution to, I don't like these rigid stereotypes that are being forced on me or that are associated with me because of my gender, whether it be male or female. So now I'm going to change that. I'm going to change to the other one. So now the rigid stereotypes associated with that are correct, or now I feel comfortable with them. You see, the bigger point is it doesn't matter, right? So in other words, okay, you're biologically such and such, and then it stops there. It has no impact on anything besides very, very specific, minute things, whether it's to do with medical records, procedures, right, just the body parts you have, and to do with certain physical advantages you may have in sports and physical labor and things of that nature. Anything beyond that, you would have the ability to consider that you would be able to consider the simple fact that anything beyond that, is not the case. So again, one side would say biology is what defines gender, but then they would extrapolate and have all these stereotypes that have nothing to do with biology, what men and women can't do. And then the other side would play into them and say, okay, I reject all these preconceived notions about gender, but then I'm still going to fall into the duality of it, that, I'm identifying as the other gender, one of two dualities of gender, to try to do certain things that society says are or aren't correct as far as being them. So you're still playing into that. And the objective standard would just be, it doesn't matter, right? Anybody can do anything. Gender doesn't matter. And there's no duality, like you don't have to be one or the other to do certain things. So it's only relevant for a very small, inconsequential amount of stuff, right? Gender is only relevant for a very small number of issues biologically, so nothing else really matters. What you wear, what your habits are, hobbies, interests, the way you think, the way you dress, what you eat, all these stereotypes have nothing to do with anything. And so now you don't have to play into that duality. So you could acknowledge, okay, you're a biological male, but you choose to do all these things on a superficial level that would be associated by society's rigid standards as being more feminine, but so what? It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't actually have an impact. There is no actual objective basis unless you wish to provide one. So again, it's not a question of, I'm encouraging people to do these things. I'm saying don't let that be the defining factor, or again, you don't realize why people are breaking away from these things in the first place. Why do they feel the need to have this sort of trans situation and everything? And the reason why they feel the need to do that is because because they're still playing into a false duality that it's hard to explain it any better, but you're on one of two sides and you think, I don't like this side, so I'm going to go to the other side. But the issue is not one side or the other. It's the fact that you're only looking at the world from these two perspectives. You have to be female to wear high heels, or you have to be male to have certain of these other stereotypes. So because you feel that you have to do that, now you're going to still always be trapped between those two standards that you yourself are creating and are artificial. Because again, whatever is real in biology, you really think in biology you're born in the jungle, in nature. All these man-made things like makeup and clothing don't even exist, right? Now all of a sudden, it just shows you how not objective it is. So what you have is the ability to say, I'm going to associate that biological gender that comes from nature. Oh, you're born in the jungle, right? Just something outside of society. Oh, what about high heels? What about nail polish? What about them? They don't even exist in nature. They're just constructs. Like, see, it's like people say, oh, a lot of stuff to do with gender is a social construct, but it's more than that. Like, even the things we're associating with gender are constructs of human beings in a more direct way, like technology or objects or items that we create that don't even naturally exist. So now we're going to associate that with something, more inherent, biological, etc. It doesn't even make sense, because you have things that don't even exist in nature, but you're going to say, oh, naturally that's what you're meant to do or not. Right, so you're looking at it sort of backwards, that you have like this idea that you're able to a person's born in the woods, in the jungle, and they live off the land, and like, oh, I wonder whether I should wear high heels or not. If I'm a woman, I can't. If I'm a man, I can't. Like, you're using nature to try to justify it, but there's like same thing with like sort of orientation. There's nothing in nature that says you should sit at a computer 10 hours a day, or that you should drive a car, or that you should eat the kind of processed food. Like, everything you do in your daily life is not something that exists in nature either. So you'd say, well, being gay isn't something that people would naturally do or should naturally do based on certain, again, even if you can point to some examples of animals doing that. Generally speaking, you're right that it's not entirely natural to be gay, certainly within reproduction, because, pretend we didn't have that self-awareness and we were just animals. If one animal is gay, then let's say one day every animal becomes gay, then they would go extinct because they would stop reproducing. So that is a real So this point is on like the absolutist or self-actualizing as a general concept, like the idea that you have this idea that everything you do, everything you experience should be full, like experience it fully, think about it fully, consider it fully, measure from a baseline, inherent perspective, like why are you even doing it, everything. So you should think about everything fully that way. And beyond that, you have the ability to realize that you you should think about it fully, measure it fully, everything like that in terms of value, but also you should consider it like, I don't know, everything should matter, everything should be like a full experience, otherwise it's not worth doing at all. So this is very incompatible with society, especially with overextension and the higher population gets. The idea that you have a population and you have so everything becomes more and more overextended, so everything is done at half-mast. It's just done just for the sake of it. It's just done on impulse, initial, baseline experience. You're just doing it just to do it. So you're doing everything in sort of a passionless, half-mast, overextended state. You're just doing it for the money. You're just doing it for the whatever experience. There's no real sense of, not even self-awareness or even self-defined measure. Like, you don't even know. You couldn't even explain fully. It wouldn't be consistent by any standard or measure. You don't even define a measure yourself. You're not thinking in those terms. You're not thinking at all. It's just sort of reactionary to your base tendencies. You'd rather pretend there is no process or tendency than to be aware of the one that's already there and dictating your actions, and then further than to define it or actively hold it accountable yourself. So you do it on a half-mast functional basis, and you also consider the fact of, like, initial practice comes to mind with respect to, you're not thinking about anything in a basic, inherent sense. Certainly not actively, certainly not all the time. So there's like a value in that. So that's the whole basis of sort of social structure too, is to, you know, perhaps use social contrivance to redirect thought into only half-mass function or overextended, like a collective contrivance state. And so it is this sort of, again, human functionalism that you're doing it, everything is done at half-mast in service of that same sort of existence where nothing is fully valued, no experience, no practice, everything is just done dependent, overextended pretense, but then the act of pretending it's about something more is just to use to keep you to do it in a half-mast state. Instead of, for example, there'd be no emphasis needed if something is inherently valuable. If it's not inherently valuable, that's why it's overextended. There's no full value, no full commitment, no full thought put into it. So this idea that everything is like, everything has absolute emphasis placed on it at the time, at any given time, undue emphasis, to make up for the fact that it is merely a zero-sum process, so it makes it seem like it's something more, while not even fully achieving that zero-sum state. So, for example, it'll be a process where, you know, zero-sum self-interest is the process, but it won't be acknowledged as such. You'll pretend that, oh, it's something more, it's for a greater cause, etc. But the defining element is zero-sum self-interest, so it's like you're overextending it. That's where the conflict of contrivance comes from. So in this half-mass state, you have imbalance overcompensation that takes place with respect to, you know, extreme restraint in one level, in one way, and then extreme overcompensation in another, rather than a balanced, at peace, sort of inherent state where one is self-aware of inherent state tendencies, defines a measure, consistency in practice, etc. Again, it wouldn't matter in this case what the inherent state is. It wouldn't matter what your measure is. It would just matter you would be aware, you would be consistent, you would be not reactionary, not initial-minded, which just means like seeing everything at the surface level instead of thinking about the underlying process, the larger process behind it. So we're going to continue this Jodi Arias trial for whatever reason, and so it'll be Jodi Arias trial, day 28 full by, like, Con Blue or Eon Blue. I can't read the part of it because it's, like, got a glare. So it's 129.30 in 3, 2, 1. So it's day 28 full. 129.38, 39. This is when she was scared of the camping trip. Look at this run-on answer. She just wanted the attention, but or this should be an exhibit too, then. They should show you. That's the real crime of this trial, that people were still using MySpace at this time. None of this would have happened if they all used Facebook instead. Battery juice, that was kind of endearing though. This part was very convenient that, oh, she happened to lose the phone. That does sound made up, but like, how long was it gone for? That's her own attorney objecting to that, though. So protecting her from incriminating herself or giving too much information. Not even the number, but the frequency of them. It's just, yeah, it's to try to normalize her actions there. Or you're trying to make it seem normal, like something you always did. But they were Daryl Brooks's. That's how you can tie this in ultimately. Well, she just happened to go there just to see it. So, I mean, all you're describing is still, that is like jealousy. See, that next question almost predicted her response. It sounds like the judge is just coming up with that on her own, but she's reading the next question. So that next question already predicted that she would say, I want to know where I stood. Exactly. I don't know what stage the intruder story was debunked, but it was very early on in the trial, or maybe even before the trial. Some of these jury questions are pretty good. In fact, they're so good that the follow-ups almost seem unnatural, whether it's the judge interjecting there or just acted that way as far as the sex, not so much as far as the sleeping part. So I think that is verified that he actually did have a gun. Oh, so they're connecting. I forget actually about all these details. So she stole her grandfather's gun, used that to kill Travis, and then it disappeared in the desert and they never found it. And then Travis did have a gun. I'm pretty positive that is actually true. He did have a gun, but that wasn't used in the crime, or I don't know. And the motive for him getting mad was just like the dropping of the camera or something dumb like that. It's not a very good reason. And you know what they sometimes do that is sort of not entirely the best. Like, oh, his past girlfriends will come in and say, oh, he never did that or he never acted like that, right? But that doesn't mean anything. So in other words, he would just like that with Jodi because Jodi pissed him off, or he was just trying something new, or he was just getting angry there, or he just took it out on her because she's like that, right? So it doesn't mean that he didn't do it, right? Physical abuse or something. Obviously, he probably didn't do it to the extent he's saying, but just because you didn't do it in the past doesn't mean you didn't do it now, right? They're two different things. You could suddenly decide to do it, or, again, maybe it's something about her that triggers it, or, I sure wound him up, or I sure didn't fight back, or I didn't have higher standards so he could get away with it with me, so he would try it with me. I like these jury questions, actually, but she's taking advantage of them a bit more with respect to see, that doesn't really justify it. I forgot, or I was panicked. Like, every killer could say that. Oh, the trauma of me killing somebody or committing a crime was so great that I couldn't remember what I was doing, but I knew it was bad, so I just felt like, okay, so I don't care. You still did it. Like, even if she's telling the truth with the memory, it doesn't matter. You still did the crime, so who cares? You could argue maybe temporary insanity sort of things, but it's more so just a convenience issue. Or maybe what you're saying is that maybe there was no gun. Maybe I'm misremembering that, but I thought I heard an actual credible record of it. But the point is that maybe he didn't have a gun at all, and so she's just making that up, and it was actually the grandfather's gun, and so Travis never had a gun. She stole the grandfather's gun, used that, and then it disappeared. But either way, even if Travis did have a gun, she used it and it disappeared. After you shot Travis. Yeah, I was going to say. She was running down the hall, but that was away from Travis. But see, in fear, you don't sit there and stab the guy 27 times. That's not fear. That's malice. That's, like, you wouldn't be safe in that situation. What if he's still alive? I'm going to sit there and methodically stab so many times. You wouldn't linger. That's kind of an admission of guilt. I was scared. Yeah, the making of the intruders is very suspect. This makes it seem like she's taking sympathy and, it makes, I was trying to protect Travis. Now it'll come back to the faith. He is pretty good at creating this elaborate web of lies. I'm tracing back. Why didn't you tell that you were attacked on that day, but that, I have to justify it because he had a pattern of attacking me, and it came back to the child pedophilia, pornography, and the fact that he says, you sound like a 12-year-old girl, orgasming, though, does contribute to that. Bro brings up Cameron Diaz from Charlie's Angels in the Spider-Man underwear. This is highly speculative. So at least you're trying to frame it like you weren't trying to get the gun. You weren't doing it to get the gun. You just happened to go there. I don't know why I feel like the gun thing was credible. I thought I had heard another witness or somebody talk about it. But they never found a gun, period. I mean, what more do you need? She's admitting it, but just it's still to see the severity of the sentencing or something. See, that's not even self-defense when you stab him 27 times. Everybody gets mad about that. No jury will convict me. That's actually a genius way to explain it. She wasn't saying it because of the suicide, but now she's trying to justify it. Like, she was just saying that because she's trying to act all innocent. Like, oh, no jury will convict me. But, so that is a good cover. It wasn't that. That's not why she said it at all. That's totally false. Pressured but not forced. But yeah, she didn't suffer any real injuries from that. The body slam. I don't remember when I had memory loss. That's what I have memory loss. It certainly does still seem like an impulse thing. Like, she didn't come there 100% to try to do that. Well, maybe she kind of did, though. Because she would have had the weapons and the cans. She, at the very least, she was open to the possibility of doing it. Seeing whether they were coaching you on what to say or something. She's really worried about the price of gas. Oral and anal sodomy is what is called anal. I haven't heard much about oral sex in that context. I don't think people care as much about that. Or like, what, a hand job? Like, what is this really based on at that point? Oh, my sacred temple is my whatever, but like, what does a hand have to do with it? What does another, or like she did it out of spite. No, this is more a question of the Mormon faith. He was trying to do it for an alibi. Right, the real crime is that you disobeyed your Mormon faith, not that you committed crimes or whatever. But it's good to establish the state of mind that if you're willing to go against that, if you're willing to go against your faith, then you're willing to go against the law. Bragging about our camera. That's actually a good answer, whether it's true or not. That might actually be true. I'm the human lie detector. Call me Alice Laviolette. I went to the Alice Laviolette school where we never got to hear the end of what he said there, but he was objecting or asking a question. Robert Geffner. I can't find exactly what part that's in, but it was in like a highlight. Let's look at the highlight video. I like these jury questions though. Here we go, bro. Here we go. Urban Dictionary. We need an Urban Dictionary definition here, like for the hawk to a girl. When I first saw that, I didn't know what the hell it was referring to. I thought it's like the name of a singer, of a band or something. Now it probably will be that, but... Or she's doing like the talk to a, like where it's like a talk show, podcast type thing. Based on her popularity of whatever. Go through her whole fucking relationship history here. She just keeps rambling the fuck on. Even her own defense attorney's getting pissed about it. Wait, how are these questions... Like, how did she know? She must have called him a sister figure, her a sister figure before, but... It's like people are so reactionary and stupid and dancing around their base tendencies without understanding any of them. So the projection of non is very powerful. Just be a blank slate and see how people project other different things, even contrary things to you, and it's like, how could they all be true, contrary things? So it's obviously it's just them, right? It says more about the observer than what is observed. I want to try to search for something here, but the orientation won't let me, so... I just say, I'm from Alabama. That's how we can have sex and still be a sister. I want to see that one again, though. The Alice Laviolette School of whatever. That's like with the Gaffner guy, so that's another expert. This is the most annoying thing ever with the auto rotate, because I don't know how to... There is like a manual thing that pops up sometimes, but I don't know how to do it on demand. So it's like it'll be in an angle that makes no sense. Like, why is it vertical now when the phone is horizontal? And sometimes it just doesn't understand what you're trying to do with it. See, like now it changed. Like, what the fuck, man? And when you're watching shorts, it can be very difficult like that too. Or no, it must have still worked though, because... Or maybe not. I don't know, like when I was watching Skibbity Toilet, it was in the proper orientation. But that could be because he uploaded it again as like a full screen thing, or... I don't know. So, let's see what we got. I kind of want to see the same part. Or it was like all the highlights from the case. So that was just one of them. So that might be better than watching like such long form parts of it, to the extent that you have. But no, like think about the initial basis of social contrivance on this level. Like you would be like everything is performative and fake and can easily be manipulated, but yet you still take it at face value and still respect it. It's like you don't respect the criteria or the process because you know it's artificial. So why would you even care? Why would you even bother? And so you have the ability to. You would have the ability to look at it from a perspective that like, you know it's fake, so like you might say, what should you value instead then? But more like an inherent standard or something more verifiable instead of, oh, look, they're making eye contact or they're being all nice or placing undue emphasis. Well, that must be good. It's like, why would that matter when you're basically able to you know, it's just not real, and it can be, so that's the initial minded, like they would take that at face value. So, oh, let's define everybody by how they appear on a superficial level, which they're clearly fully aware of, that they can easily manipulate and that they can easily, you know, play into certain things for various reasons. Like, so in other words, you know it's fake, but you still fall for it because you just aren't perceptive enough, or you don't want to think deeply enough about it. So the surface level always works. When does an exaggeration become a lie? So now this was part of like a playlist, I think. don't know how I found that. Okay. Juan Martinez asked witness Robert Gaffner, when does an exaggeration become a lie? Starting in 3, 2, 1. Answer number 4. You've been told over and over that was a lie. The problem is, you'd rather be consistent from the beginning with the story that you tell. He does that a lot too, sure. I don't like the way he delivers his questions, though. He still sounds too aggressive. Or the way to explain this would be pretty simple, too. It's based on your awareness. So you could exaggerate something, but when he gives the specifics, Alice Laviolette School, that's highly improper to talk about another witness like that. When he gives the specifics of the height, as long as Juan Martinez knows how tall he is lying because he knows it's not true. It has to be more vague, right, without some specific first-hand knowledge of what is correctly true. This is sort of a fair point, though. Those are two separate things. You can lie without exaggerating. You can exaggerate without lying. I'm not asking if they're the same thing. When does it become one? See, this is a fair explanation. Something happened, but you're just blowing it up or making it seem like bigger than what it is. See, this would be a lie, though, depending on whether you know that. That's a lie because you're stating a fact. See, some of this is sort of improper, though, the way you're asking about. It'd be based on the awareness. Does Juan Martinez know how tall he is? So if he knows he's not 6'2" and he says it, then he is lying. Because when it's something as specific as height, it becomes a lie based on your awareness of it and the specific, if you can pin it down. So you know he's not 6'2". The point is that should have been clearer to answer. When you give such a specific of it, you know for a fact, okay, it's verifiable. For example, if you say, oh, I'm really tall, and you're only like whatever he is, that could be an exaggeration because you can't pin him down by his perspective. Okay, he could be tall or whatever, right? But if he says specifically, I'm 6'2", and he knows that he's not, right, then that's a lie because he's knowingly saying that. But if you just say it in vague terms, that could be an exaggeration, like, so this is, I don't know, I don't come in with enough clear idea of what I really want to watch, but this Jodi Arias thing has been fun. So, I mean, we're just going to muck about YouTube for this time, but there's nothing really in particular I wanted to watch on here, though, either, given that. Like, it's just all random stuff. So, top 5 times Daryl Brooks thought he knew the law, starting in 3, 2, 1. You said you wanted to raise a legal issue. What's the legal issue? How is the state allowed to coach? It's obvious, which, to be fair, that happens like in every trial ever to some degree, but they sort of do that, but you just ask that on target to the witness, like, were you coached by the prosecution? And everybody laughs. Were you coached by the prosecution? But see, people will make fun of, oh, he defended himself. So you're saying if he didn't defend himself, he would have done better and he would have gotten away with it? Like, he probably still would have gotten caught. Right, like, would he have done much better or much differently? Right, because the case is pretty clear anyway. Well, every time he brings up subject matter jurisdiction, but I think after a while he knows he's just bullshitting around. Thought it's typically 4 years, not 3 years. And law school is one of those things that's very subjective in terms of, you know, from country to country. If you're in medical school, it'll be relatively the same because you're learning about the human body. But if you're in law school, it'll be different based on what country you're in and what law you want to learn. So it is very different. That'd be one of the hardest jobs, to go from one country to the next and practice there, because it wouldn't really work, because you have to be well versed in their laws are very different. That's one of his favorite lines too. I accept for value, return for value. The sovereign citizen thing, the persona that really threw. He's being like sort of nice about it here, though, or at least where he's not yelling, so he can be very annoying. Admiralty, and he brings up military. I don't have to. Or like when she says, "Can you prove it?" And then he's like, "Yeah, but I don't have to." Like something to do with the letter and Erica Patterson. See, the only defense in the sovereign citizen point, though, is the non-consensual social contract. right, there is a certain merit to it. Like, I don't want to be a part of society at all, so, but, like, let me just live off the land, but, I can't, because all the land is owned by the state, or by a person, and so what am I supposed to do? Right, like, what are you're supposed to go to a certain community, like Amish or something, but... Or he says military law at one point. I want to see him get angry this time here. And you can say that contradicts it, but it should be one or the other. Either I'm a sovereign citizen or I have constitutional rights. You can't be neither. He wants to face the plaintiff in this matter. That is at least a good semantics argument. Because it's the state, but the state is represented by the prosecution effectively, or by witnesses. I mean, that's what it means when you say state versus whoever. Like, it's the state as in the prosecution and all of the witnesses that would be considered there. All the witnesses are your accusers. Your prosecution is your accuser. Because you could say this in every single case. So you could say he's just being dumb, but he's trying to be all cheeky with the semantics of it. But they are the plaintiff in this matter. That's how can the entity be a plaintiff? It is a little confusing from a, strictly semantics point. I don't even know if he's getting it wrong. Like, I think he understands, but he just does it to be annoying because he's like a cornered animal with nothing to lose. She would say the grounds, and he would still say grounds. He won't let them get out the grounds. She's saying the grounds, and you're interrupting her by saying grounds, even when the judge... Actually, that's a fair question. Do you know what a plaintiff is? As a cop, you should know that. Everybody makes fun of that too, substain. Even at the judge. Like, she'd say sustained as to the form of the question. Grounds, like... You can ask if they don't give the grounds. They could just say objection and then sustain. Sometimes they'll just say objection. They won't give a reason. Yeah, that's like a talking objection thing too. Just, you say it to the point, argumentative or whatever. Either they're baseless, like you, from you. But that's not so bad. Like, you're stating it sort of anyway. And she was way too slow with kicking him out all the time. Illinois versus Allen, count 1 million. Which one did they say more? Illinois versus Allen or subject matter jurisdiction? Yeah, you would. They would be far less lenient with the defense attorney itself. But then you'd have to get somebody else in there, I guess, to do the job, or I don't know. He just tries to filibuster and drag everything out. It should sort of still leave the door open, just like we'll leave it to one side for now, and if you change your mind later. Coerce me. This would be fair if they don't give you ample chances. Colloquy, which she always likes to say that. Doesn't mean you can just say whatever you want or do whatever you want whenever you want. It's like saying freedom of speech. I have freedom of speech, but you also can't just talk nonstop all the time in a court and talk over everybody and everything like that. And yeah, how would that part work? I forget that. You're acting as your own defense attorney, but then you also testify. So who's going to cross-examine you the way the defense normally would? I guess you just wouldn't? You would just skip that? Like, you're going to ask the questions and then answer them yourself as both the defendant and the defense? Like, I don't get it. This he was very peevish about too, the jury nullification thing. This is what happens to Patrick Jane in season 4, episode 1 of The Mentalist, which was so dumb. Like, he tries to appeal to that, where they let him off not because they don't think he did it, but they think he was justified. And that might have worked a little bit if that actually was Red John, but it wasn't even him. So how the fuck do you do it twice? Disguised under the color of law. He's not arguing, though. He's just informing. He's just informing them of their own power. I mean, they can do it. You can't, and you'll never know. Not like they would have done that anyway, but this guy's almost as annoying as me when he's going through all these stupid fucking, you know, I want to watch this with no sidebars where he's not fucking. Daryl Brooks questions his ex-girlfriend. It's very hard to navigate this. I should have it ready ahead of time before I do all this shit.